Ageas Bowl, where there is some good news after yesterday's not very good news. We are going to start on time at 11 o'clock. So day 4 will get underway shortly of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Now, if you've been following this game, you've probably forgotten where we are. And even if you haven't forgotten, I shall give you a quick reminder, because Warwickshire, we haven't heard that they've declared, so we assume that they are resuming on 364 for 5 in their first innings. They lead Hampshire by 135, so Warwickshire have a chance of winning this game. And Hampshire, well, they were helped with the weather yesterday. They do not want to bat for very long at all, so it should be an interesting morning. Your commentary team today, a little later, you will hear from Southern Vipers, Trent Rockets, Oval Invincibles and many other teams. She's going for the full 100 set of caps. Emily Windsor, TMS commentator as well, she'll be with us. And to take you through this period up to the top of the hour and slightly beyond, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC WM, Richard Wilford. Good morning to you, Kevin. They do describe her as the most wanted franchise cricketer who lives within 20-mile radius of the Solent. That's how she's viewed in the game these days. Yeah, look, it's such a relief having sat here with Stanley Marissa yesterday, who didn't get the chance to describe a single ball. It's good to see that the outfield has drained a bit. By the time that play was called off yesterday at 3, players were coming across gingerly with the squelch underfoot audible once they got this side of the square, and finding it quite hard to get to the steps back up to the hotel because there's a bit of ground that gets very wet down there. And this morning, it was a lot greyer when I woke up than I expected it to be as well. So that had been a concern, but credit to the ground staff who have been on their toes throughout this match, to be fair. They've done very well to make sure that this is ready, and it's a terrific draining ground these days. Yes. In terms of, I wouldn't have expected an overnight declaration. I think you look at the lead at 135, it's not huge. It's worth a quick go. If they make another 65 runs here in the opening half an hour, 40 minutes, it just means that Hampshire have got to work harder to get in front. And I think that, for me, is the balance, isn't it? If you can get 200 in front, it gives yourself a little bit more to bowl at, and potentially if you're going to knock off 30 or 40 at the end of the day, I'm not sure the wicket will give them enough help to get there, but we will see. The other side of the coin, if you were, I don't know, I think the late Shane Warne might just have said, you know what, guys, have a bat. Because it's early morning, it's still overcast, but as Richard says, not as overcast as it was when we got up into the commentary position, so things have improved. But with the covers on all day yesterday and most of the early morning, maybe the first hour might be very, very interesting indeed, might even be a little bit tricky, and who knows, Hampshire might just have been 30 for 3, and then that lead of 135 becomes quite interesting. But listen, I don't think anybody would blame anybody for Warwickshire to continue to bat, because it probably is most logical to say bat for however long, make sure you don't have to bat again, and then just go for the jugular for a couple of sessions and a bit, and then see what happens. But I don't know, just a brave captain might just have said, do you know what, have a bat at 11 o'clock, lads. Yeah, although Shane Warne was very much a bat once type captain by the same token, wasn't he? But I don't know. The other thing that's been really unpredictable in the first 2 days is when the ball is swinging and when it isn't. Now, at times it's not quite hooped, but it's not been that far off. No. Particularly Ed Barnard was getting a lot of swing. There was one brief spell, that one before lunch on day 2, when Mohammed Abbas and Carl Abbott were getting it to move extravagantly. Second new ball, which is 34 overs old, has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think they got it changed in the end, didn't they? Yeah. But it did nothing. It just stayed straight. So even in conditions that still look like they might favour a swing bowler. So I think that's very unpredictable. And if it is hooping first thing this morning, for the sake of a 10-minute gap between innings, Warwickshire can pull out if they see it. I just think the equation for me is, if you can get 200 in front, it just gives you a better chance of trying to force some sort of result. I know that the talk was that the wicket was slower than expected on the second day. It flattened out very quickly. It took Hampshire by surprise, that's for sure. Taking nothing away from the way Warwickshire batted, because they batted quite superbly. They had literally beaten Hampshire into submission. It was very difficult watching the bowling at times. But Michael Burgess, who will resume on 60 not out, and Ed Barnard on 91 not out, partnership of 114 so far unbroken. They batted quite superbly and really did have Hampshire under the cosh.
And, you know, it was quite a heavy workload as well for the bowlers. Mohammed Abbas is faultless as usual. The figures were just on the board. 1 for 39 in 25 overs. Carl Abbott struggled a little bit in his later spells, looked a bit stiff. I thought Ian Holland bowled really well.
Yes.
Gave some control to James Vince, which Dawson did until this partnership as well, because Barnard and Burgess were so very attacking in their intent. They showed their intent early. They realised that once they got to 250, they could carry through to 350 and get the third batting bonus point, and they became quite harsh on Dawson. And then the leg theory from James Fuller didn't work, not least because of the sun being in the eyes of the fielders behind square on the leg side. So we saw one difficult chance and one really, really difficult chance, but not helped by the fact that the fielders were being blinded in the deep.
In the days when the sun used to be out, unlike the last couple of days. Horrible conditions here, by all accounts. Richard was here, I wasn't. I was down the coast at Hove, and it was just as horrible there as well. So the two umpires, Russell Warren and Alex Wharf, lead the players out. We can definitely tell you that Hampshire are still in the field. And the two not-out batters following behind close by. The sessions are set today, being day 4, so 1 o'clock lunch, whatever, and 20 to 4 tea or whatever. But of course, as we move through the day, it could end up being a very long day indeed.
Before I go and do a quick update for BBC Radio Dublin and BBC Conference Warwickshire, I have some good news for you.
For me?
In that when you go over to the other end of the ground for lunch,
yes,
a figure that's very familiar to you is going to come in and see you, because he is down today.
Is he here today?
The new sport director of Warwickshire, Gavin Larson, is in the house.
Oh, fantastic.
So I've just had a message to say that he's going to come and see you at lunch.
Oh, that is absolutely great news. We were talking about that before we came on air. Myself and Gavin were teammates at Wellington many moons ago. And that's great. We didn't, because he's only just arrived in the country or something this week, so I heard, yeah, so Richard was saying, and he's down today. So that's great news. Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. So it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to open the bowling. Yes, Gavin Larson, new director of cricket at Warwickshire, former New Zealand all-rounder, New Zealand selector, did media in New Zealand as well. So yeah, looking forward to that. I haven't seen him for a very long time. Abbas will open the bowling from our northern end, the commentary end. It's quite on the chilly side. It's not cold, but it's noticeable. The cloud, whilst heavy, is higher than it was earlier this morning. It was quite weird. I think everybody woke up this morning thinking that it would be sunny spells today. Well, that's not the case as yet. So here we go then. Here's Abbas. First delivery is on the line of a leg stump, and that's a hopeful shout against Michael Burgess. I don't think that was ever going to be a decision the umpire really had to make. We're in quite a good line, and actually we're very high up in the hotel, and we are almost in line wicket to wicket, so we get a pretty good view of LBWs or potential LBWs like that. But that's bowls, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks a little closer. Now this is where I was saying just before the start of play, with the conditions, this could end up being quite tricky for Warwickshire. They'll want to get on with it. That lead of 135 is a good one in these conditions, even though we lost the whole of day 3. But we saw in that afternoon and evening session on day 2, the ball doing very little, if anything, for the Hampshire bowlers. The pitch just flattened out and lost its pace very quickly. Before lunch, in that short 35-minute session on day 2, it was doing quite a bit. Abbas bowls, that's a length ball. And Burgess wanted a single as he punches out to mid-off. But Liam Dawson's there. Now, Liam, that's interesting. Now, there was a lot of singles up towards mid-on and mid-off in the Warwickshire innings earlier in the game. And I think that's a strategic field placing there by James Vince to put Liam Dawson at mid-off and Felix Organ at mid-on, because normally that would be Carl Abbott, Mohammed Abbas around those sort of areas. But of course, it won't be Abbas because he's bowling at the moment. Here he is, bowls once more. Burgess comes down the wicket. He's going to take a single, slightly to Dawson's left. That's good running. First runs of the morning in the first over, fourth ball of the morning. 365 for 5. And that is a lead now of 136. Emily's just told me that Scott Curry is on the field. He is at point. Thank you very much, Emily. Here's Abbas bowls, and that's off the back foot from Barnard out into the covers, and there's no run. So I'm just looking around to try and work out who he's on for and who is not on the field. We'll work that out at the moment. Tom Prest is out there somewhere. Oh, I think he's a deep square leg. Extra cover is Nick Gubbins. Vince is at slip, so they're on there. Fuller's out at deep cover. That's not leaving many left. Fletcher Middleton must be somewhere. He's down at third, is he? Here's Abbas on the line of leg stump, and that's pushed into the area of deep mid-wicket. They might get 2 here. Press comes in. There's quite a lot to do. Throw comes in. Abbas can't take it cleanly, just misses the stumps. And that'll be the end of the first over on day 4. The lead is 138 to Warwickshire, 367 for 5. Burgess has moved on to 61 from 60 overnight, and Barnard has moved on to 93 from 91. Still very gloomy out there, but as I say, it's an awful lot better than it was earlier this morning. Looks very wet, I have to say. There must have been quite a lot of rain here yesterday. No Kyle Abbott. Thank you, Emily. That's an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on that. That's slightly worrying. Abbott bowled 25 overs in this innings. Of course, had a day off yesterday, as they all did. So the fact that he's not taken the field today, I know I know not the reason, but we'll find out for you. It's going to be Ian Holland to open up from that pavilion end, and Richard Wilford is back.
Yes, that will be a concern for Hampshire, but maybe not so much in this match specifically, but going ahead for next week. But equally, Ian Holland was of the same as the other most difficult to get away. So in terms of the circumstance of the game, it's not the worst case scenario. Just one slip in place, wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, and Michael Burgess will just guide the ball out into the offside, picked up by Gubbins, whose finger is none the worse for the blow that it took late on Friday when he put down the difficult chance that I mentioned earlier. Actually some bird song this morning, which is the first time we've heard that for a while. Nice to hear.
Yeah, we get the odd one down here.
No, I'm sure you do. No, but it's just after yesterday. He's clipped off his hips this next delivery by Burgess, and he's got it on the inside of long leg, who was really quite square. So useful runs, 4 more for Burgess. He's 65, 371 for 5. I trust me, all that Stanley and I heard yesterday was the sound of rain tamping off every surface. It was brutal yesterday. Back in my room at 3:15 thinking, well, what do I do for the next 18 hours, 19 hours? And I didn't go out. I toyed with it, but in the end, good long night's sleep was in order to prepare myself for the rigours of today.
Well, it could be a long one, couldn't it? If this game gets tight, it could be going deep into day 4. And that ball's got very wet. Vince is drying it.
Equally, we could see hands shaken somewhere between 4:50 and 5 o'clock. It's all sorts of things are possible. The wet outfield will not help Warwickshire when they come to bowl.
I've got a feeling it's going to stay wet for a while, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
No drying conditions here.
Oh, it was relentless, the weather yesterday. Holland in from the pavilion end, forced off the back foot by Burgess up towards short mid-wicket, who scampers in and picks up. And there's no run.
So for Warwickshire, it's a simple equation, really, isn't it? It's to score as many runs as they can, as quickly as they can. And for Hampshire, it's to bat for as little time as possible.
What, lose all 10 wickets in an hour and a half? Is that what you mean, as little time as possible?
I wasn't quite thinking of it. That is, of course, a potential scenario, but I wasn't looking at it that way.
No. Fair enough. This one outside off stump is guided through the point area. The fielder is out deep. Prest comes in, Keeps them down to a single. Well, that was already 5 runs off this over. Burgess the 66, 372 for 5.
I've no doubt you're hoping for that.
Well, it's the nature of the beast. It's just been nice to see some good cricket today. That's the primary thing.
Yeah.
Everybody was frustrated by yesterday, and we were left in little doubt by 3 o'clock that things were not going to turn for the better. Holland loses his little cloth as he runs up. It falls about 10 yards behind the stumps, but he comes into bowl. No real pace about that. Jab to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's been a while since play has been called off that early here. I have to say, Lancashire Day 4 was last year, was called off later than that, but of course Hampshire were desperate to get out in the field. But that's quite early for here.
Holland once more stabbed out for a quick single through that vacant point. 94 for Barnard, 373 for 5. I have to say, your ground staff have been right on the money throughout, and every time there's been even a hint of rain, they've anticipated it. And part of the decision yesterday would have been the knowledge that there was no prospect of that weather changing anytime soon. I mean, you could see it was filled in as far as you could possibly view things from high up here.
Yep.
And I know, given that I'm only my former room, as it now is, was only about 25 metres from here, I know that it was still raining between 5 and 6, so we would never have got on.
No, it was horrible. It was horrible at Hove as well.
It was so bad that even the golfers couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can imagine that was very wet. Yes, they're a highly motivated team. Now I know they listen and watch. So, hello. Here comes Abbas. It's a length ball. Barnard pushes that up to mid-on. 9 runs added by Warwickshire so far this morning in 8 minutes of play.
There was never a point at which it was worth their while to come out and start to do anything. And that's the giveaway, isn't it? In that on occasions puddles were starting to form and sat for a while. And given how well we've seen this outfield drain, when it sits for a while, you know how much water there is there.
Yes. Oh, yes. Here's the Abbas right arm over and bowls. It's outside off stump, and that's pushed into the gap in the covers by Barnard. And that moves the partnership on to 123 and the total on to 374 for 5. The lead is 145 with a minimum of just over 93.5 overs in the day.
It is a slightly curious regulation that they can't add 8 overs on the final day. It's,
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that must hark back to the old days in a way, isn't it? As there's going to be a quick single up to mid-on. Felix Organs over shy, he just misses the stumps, but it was slightly to his left, which allowed Burgess just to make those extra couple of yards whilst Organ had to readjust. I think it must be because obviously, in years gone by, teams would move on to the next game, wouldn't they, after the last day? So it must be sort of a hark back to that.
I don't know how you cope with those. I mean, it's one thing starting a game on a Saturday and playing a Sunday league game the day after and then returning to the championship game on a Monday. Because, just psychologically that must have been weird. But when you had 2 away games in a row, Tuesday into Wednesday,
yes,
as that is going to nick off, and Ed Barnard is not going to make his 100.
Good delivery that from Mo Abbas. Bit of movement there for him. Barnard goes for 95. If you're watching the live picture feed, you might just have missed that replay. Just cut in just as the ball was going off the bat. 95 off 147 balls with 7 fours and a 6.
Be frustrating for him. I realise I pinched your ball then, but I think it's kind of that ball suddenly happened. And Mohammed Abbas, that's a classic delivery from him. Just that beautiful length and line. And Barnard nicks off. That will be obviously deeply frustrating for him because he was so close to what would have been his first ton. Had to wait a long time to resume his innings. And up against one of the best seamers in the county game. But 146 in front now, 4 wickets to go. And Chris Woakes will be striding to the crease next. But good hand that from Ed Barnard, who is showing his value to this side. And in these conditions today, his bowling could certainly come into play.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he got the ball to reverse swing, didn't he? A little bit unlucky not to have picked up more than 2 wickets. In fact, the final 2 wickets of the Hampshire first innings. But he certainly bowled better than that. Might have a bit more luck in the second innings. Useful player to have coming in. 6 down. A certain Chris Woakes.
Yeah, decent.
Yeah. So, wicket number 23 for the season for Mo Abbas.
These circumstances, it's a bit like coming in a one-day game. You haven't really got much time to think about it. I can't imagine they want to be batting much beyond 20 to 12, would be my guess. So, maximum half an hour from here, 6-7 overs. Yeah, it's going to have to push on if they can get the lead to 200.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I don't know, I'm just wondering if the view about Warwickshire batting this morning is, I don't know, split down the middle or more one side than another. When you see balls like that, and you've seen a couple of balls nip around this morning, and the cloud cover, which may just get higher as we go through the day, because it is a forecast that's pretty decent today. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Abbas, then bowls 2 Woakes, and Woakes gets one and then nips back, and he may just got a slight inside edge onto the pad with that one, but that's definitely nipped back. You see, I don't know. I'm, you know, as I say, if I was a Shane Warne, I would have had Hampshire straight back in this morning. But I was never a Shane Warne.
I just wonder if it's too easy for them to get over the line and the game to be safe by tea. If you know, they get to 200 for 5, it's probably dead.
Yeah, no. Listen, we could make arguments about doing either all day. That's for sure. Abbas bowls. Woakes playing and missing outside the off stump. That's a nice carry as well through to Ben Brown. Success for Mo Abbas this morning. He has 2 for 44 from 27. His usual miserly self, as well as taking wickets. He's only gone for just over 1.5 an over, and that was considering the way Warwickshire batted on day 2 in that afternoon and certainly evening session, where they found runs fairly easy to come by. 375 for 6, the lead is 146.
Because the other difficulty that goes in favour of your argument is that in what is going to likely to be a relatively short session with the bat, you know that Mohamed Abbas is going to do all the bowling from one end and going to be the hardest possible bowler to get after. Yeah. After this partnership, Danny Briggs can handle himself, but then 2 proper tail enders to come afterwards. Yeah. So there's not a lot of power to add. As Holland begins a new over, and Burgess is going to slash that through third man for 4. So that's where the release point is, and Hampshire could potentially afford the field to be a little deeper. They've got a slip and a backward point in place, and then 4 in front of the bat at short mid-wicket, short extra cover, mid-on and mid-off. They could potentially be allowing singles a bit more, and that could change. But Burgess into the 70s now, he's 71, and the lead is 150.
That's a lot in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, if they realise they can't score quickly, then they might not stay out there very long.
It might ultimately prove to be a very, very good decision, which I'm sure it probably will be, because Hampshire are under pressure whenever they bat.
James Vince now decides he'll have a third man, and he goes to backward point himself, so there's no slip. Ben Brown standing up to the stumps as Burgess plays a forcing shot off the back foot out to the deep cover fielder, who's just in front of square, and they come through for a single. 72 to Burgess, 380 for 6. Playing in every game around the country today, which is good news.
It is. I think the weather forecast going into next week's not great, isn't it?
Not ideal, I don't think, no.
I think today's the best of the days for a little while. Peter Chapman has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says there seems to be no live stream today. He's in Penzance. I don't know what device you're using, Peter, but I can see the stream working. But whether or not it's going out, I don't know, but I can see it.
This ball from Holland is turned away off his pads by Woakes for his first run, down to long leg, 381 for 6. Not much breeze on the treetops, which actually was true yesterday, because that was the thing. When the weather was in yesterday, it wasn't going anywhere. The rain was coming down pretty much vertical. Not much breeze on it.
Oh, it's very still, isn't it?
Yeah. Decent number of people in as well, which is good to see. As that drive from Burgess deflected just wide of the stumps from Holland. That would have been a bit tight for Chris Woakes if it had cannoned onto the timber at the far end. He was backing up a little bit.
It's quite interesting, because just before Holland released the ball, the towel that he has tucked into his trousers fell on the ground, and that would have been off-putting.
That's twice that's happened in
It has
successive
twice,
overs.
yeah.
He's now handed the towel to somebody else, which is
Quite right.
very sporting of him. He comes in once more to bowl to Burgess, turned with the inside half of the bat towards mid-wicket. Fake at thrown towards the stumps to make sure that Woakes scuttles back. At least we're not dealing in Hampshire cricket with this prospect of mancads, although you're not meant to call them mancads anymore.
Are you not?
No, because they feel the term's derogatory, which I think should be a clue about the nature of the dismissal in the first place. If you feel the term's derogatory, I wonder why. As once more Holland comes in, driven up towards mid-on. It's a quick single, but he will get home. 73 to Burgess at the end of that over, 382 for 6. They seem to be on the increase in franchise cricket. And there's been quite a lot of controversy in the women's game over the use of it.
It's Emily's mate.
But do you know what? The vast majority of them I see, the umpire could give not out because they're not even remotely going anywhere near their bowling stride. They're pretending to bowl, stopping, turning round. And that's not correct. That's not how it's meant to be. It's if the batter is backing up outside the crease as you hit your normal bowling stride, isn't it? That's what it was meant to be. The law.
I don't know. I am starting to come round to the belief that actually it's just a legit dismissal, and unless as a non-striker you stay behind the crease, you run the risk. But I don't know if that's true or not. Down the leg side, that's flicked away, very fine, going for 4. Michael Burgess moves on to 77. Wrong line there from Mohammed Abbas, and the total to 386 for 6. The lead 157. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Emily, it's her best mate that was involved in that mancad at the end of last season.
What I'm saying is that if they were genuine, by the letter of the law, that, as I understand it, but it's when they've kind of gone past the point they should have let go of the ball, turn round and whip the bails off, then the batsman is just backing up. The batter's just backing up at that point. They haven't left the crease early. The bowler just hasn't bowled.
Sure. Now I would just say, look, whatever. If you're at the crease and the non-striker's end, you can be run out and just leave it at that. Then everybody knows where they stand, and they really. Here's Abbas. Bowls. That's nipped back a fraction at Burgess. Plays that out towards extra cover, and there's no. So if it's not a mancad, what's it going to? What's going to be? How is it going to be renamed?
They're going to have to come up with a new term for it.
Run out of the non-strikers end.
They're going to call it a Windsor.
A little bit more of a long-winded sort of phrase, really. Yeah. I'm sure somebody can think of something at solentcricket@gmail.com, at solentsport, at Ems Windsor. To send them to Emily, actually. At Wilford WM. With your ideas of what it should be renamed as that's a forward push into the gap in the covers. Fuller is out deep. 387 for 6 with that single. Burgess moves on to 78. Neil Halsworth has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Yes, he's the man from Explorer Coffees Limited. He's the MD. Other coffee companies available. He says, hooray, some early joy in the day. He's obviously a Hampshire fan. I actually think there's many other coffee companies available. But
early joy in the day, there could have been a really useful coupon on his Sunday paper. That could have been it.
Yes, true. Abbas in again. That's pushed up to mid-on by Woakes. No run there. Peter Chapman says he's got the live stream going now. That's good news. Ralph Brooker, solentcricket@gmail.com, who's in France. Hope the weather's better there. Warwickshire playing into Hampshire's hands here. Batting on is madness, in my opinion, says Ralph.
No grey areas with Ralph, are there? Hey?
No, he's not a man to sit on the fence.
No. Keyboard warrior Ralph.
Harsh. Here comes
I only teasing.
There he goes. And that's outside. Oh, it's a slight inside edge, but it goes into the pitch, and Abbas fields on his follow-through.
I'll say this: you seen the ball move, Kevin? You seen the ball move?
Once or twice.
It's not moving, is it?
It's not a lot, actually.
Not really, is it?
No, it's not a lot. But then the ball is 39 overs old. And
if Hampshire are batting by 10 to 12, and there'll still be 82, 83 overs in the day, and they're 200 behind, I think it's a better equation for Warwickshire, personally.
Oh, no,
but actually, of course, it's open to debate, and you're right.
Yeah, it is. Down the wicket, in the air, called it mid-off. Liam Dawson, safe hands, and that's the end of Woakes for 1. 387 for 7.
And that's the difficult thing, because you're trying to accelerate against Mohammed Abbas. So you're having to be creative. So one-day shot from Chris Woakes, doesn't get enough of it. No doubt that Dawson was going to pouch that. And he's gone for one. I think we reached the point now where, as and when Burgess gets out, that probably would be it. But the lead right now has reached 158. So they've got that little bit more room for manoeuvre, a bit more room to play with.
Yeah. Well, listen, the game's all about opinions. That's why we love it, and that's why we have plenty of commentators to give their view, because there are always several views and opinions and what have you on any situation. And then, of course, we all look at each other come the end of the day and point the finger to the one that's right and laugh at the ones that aren't.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Correct. I think, you know, we've lost 108 overs in this game, which is one of the challenges that the teams are facing. You're trying to create a result. Warwickshire were on top in a badly rain-affected game against Somerset at Taunton early doors. Just about managed to cope with the loss of a day to see off Kent at Edgbaston. Every game has been weather affected so far.
Yeah.
What they are doing is they're playing some pretty good cricket. That's what will please them.
They look a good side. Well, you guys look a good side this year. Some good additions. Rushworth,
Barnard. Yeah.
Some good additions there.
And Dan Mosley now being given a chance to cement his place regularly in the side, and he's seizing that opportunity.
Yeah. And it helps, of course, because you've got Chris Woakes playing a bit as well, which you don't normally have.
That wicket fell on the last ball of the over, so Holland into Burgess, who pushes it into the deck, and it's hopping into the follow-through of Holland for him to grab it. Burgess not quite yet ready to go fully gung-ho, but it must be close to that moment, you would think. So he's played a good hand so far. Had some terrific early season form last year, and now he's driving through the offside. That'll only be a single out to point. 79 to Burgess, 388 for 7. The cloud just lifting slightly at the moment, a bit brighter than it was when we started.
Pushing them up.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
That's what I'm doing. Sorry,
yeah, no, that's good.
A bit weird, but yeah.
I thought you were trying to get the crowd to cheer. I thought, wow. Have you done pantomime? Next year at the theatre in Winchester, playing the Dame, Kevin James. Holland into Briggs, his first ball. Gets a thick inside edge that fires out through square leg for a single. Off the mark, 389 for 7.
Other theatres available, of course, in the locality.
That's where I nearly went last night. That's why it was in my mind. I'd got to the point where I knew there were single tickets available, just 2 of them in the stalls, to see Tim Vine. And I'd worked out where I was going to park, because I don't know Winchester very well. I haven't been there since I was young.
Not easy.
No, but I found there was a multi-storey 5 minutes walk away. I knew how much they charged, yeah.
Don't want a big car going in there.
Okay.
The smallest car you can find.
This one just full of length, defended back down the track. Well, I've got a BBC car, so it's small, isn't it?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you scrape that. Sorry.
I don't necessarily share all opinions that Kevin offers. Many I do.
No, it's not a big car friendly car park. I've found that one over the years. Not that I've got a big car. I've just been told that by people that can afford it.
You've just been penned in by big cars when you got back to your little one. Holland bowls to Burgess, looking to drive it straight, and that's a good stop in his follow-through by Holland, who does enough to make it stop right underneath his fingers. And there's no run.
Paul's on the email, sunetcricket@gmail.com. He says the stream is excellent here in Thailand, where it's 33 degrees and watching in a darkening room with air conditioning. Why would you? I don't know.
Darkened.
It's obviously a reason. Great final day ahead here, he says.
Driven up into the offside. Briggs thought there might be a quick single on. There wasn't. Good over that by Holland. Only conceded 2. And that slows Warwickshire's progress. They've got 3 wickets left. They lead by 160. Well, if it's 33 degrees in Thailand,
yes,
and presumably it's late afternoon there at the moment, sitting in a shady room with the air conditioning on,
you would do, yes,
listening to the cricket, hearing the voices of Kevin James and Emily Windsor,
and
you would feel that was really comforting. I think Emily, she's showing all sorts of different She's pointing out that somebody's come out with a drink for the Warwickshire batsman, and we all know that somebody coming out with a drink 26 minutes into play is a code for he's come on with instructions from the coach. Okay, that's what. Yeah. That's brilliant. That is a good mime. Yeah. 3 hand gestures, and that's what I came up with as the answer. Yeah.
So Warwickshire have added 25 this morning. Just about a run a minute, isn't it? Is Abbas then bowling to the former Hampshire player Danny Briggs, who goes to cut that one, misses. Goes through to Ben Brown. Good to see Danny Briggs. I just saw him at the end of day 1. He had a couple of putters in his hand. He's got a little boy, isn't he? Yeah. And the golf course at the back, and he'd obviously either just going onto the putting green or just coming off it. Nice to have a quick chat with him, actually. Maybe
he's got the putting yips and he's trying those for his own game. Stooping over a tiny putter. Nice lad. Good to see him back in the Warwickshire team. First game of the season for him. Having played a couple of second team games for Warwickshire. Is Abbas bowls, and that's worked away behind square on the offside, where there is a fielder out deep, and that'll be just a single. Briggs moves on to 2, and it's 390 for 7. Yesterday, during post-lunch rain delay, I believe it was Ben Brown who walked from the other end of the ground and squidged into the hotel and came back with a little boy on his shoulders and a mini cricket kit and walked back to the changing room. I get the feeling that mini cricket kit may well have got some use in the changing room at that point. I believe it was him. If it wasn't, if Ben Brown hasn't got a little boy, that story that doesn't work. But I'm pretty sure it was him. Stanley thought it was. That's nice. And Irene Donald is on the pitch as well now. Thank you, Emily. She's got eagle eyes this morning. Oh, she's about to take over from me, so she'll be able to add a lot more than I have, clearly. Abbas bowls. It's pulled away, but not timed by Burgess. Goes out, trickles out towards deepish square leg, and Burgess moves on to 80, 391 for 7. What Hampshire have been able to do here is just not let them get away. They haven't been able to go at 6 or 7 and over. It's been 4 and over. Yep. Keep it tight. Keep them out there as long as possible, which is their part of the day. But 162 the lead. Next wicket might well end it. I think I can't really see Rushforth or Hannah Dolby coming out to bat. Danny can bat a bit. Yeah, no, but if he's on his own with a tail end, I'm not sure. That's true. Goes across his stumps, tries to work it away on the leg side, misses. That's good carry again off this pitch from Abbas. Couple of really sort of fizzed through off a length. Briggs walking right across outside off stump there. But yeah, you're right. I think because then Hampshire really can manage the situation when there's only one decent batter out there. Only 4 runs scored in the last 10 deliveries. Boundaries hard to come by. They haven't had to set that defensive a field to stop it. And they have got the benefit of a terrific bowler. Yep. Mohamed Abbas. 3 for 51 he has into his 29th. He's picked up both wickets this morning. Here he is again, slightly wider of the crease. Briggs hits that high in the air. Now Donald's running back. He's under it. Oh, he misses it. Just looked as though he was under it, and then just at the last moment the ball seemed to run away from him and he was flat on the floor. Horrible one, that, isn't it? When it's literally coming over your head, you're having to run backwards and you're weighing it up and thinking, right, if I stop here I can reach it, and it just had another 1.5 foot on it. He just never quite got there. I'm not sure it would have been ideal sky either, because it's almost uniform grey up there in the middle. Certainly when it's uniform blue, when balls go up in the air, they're very difficult to get any sort of context with the shot. But that was a very tough chance. Yeah, that was. Thank you, Richard. He'll be back a little bit later. And the field goes a little deeper now for Danny Briggs. Perhaps Hampshire sensing that perhaps Warwickshire are just going to have one little final go at this. Good Yorker, and it's played into the ground. He wants a single. Briggs sent back. That ball literally is about a couple of feet away from off stump. And Briggs and Mo Abbas share a little joke there. That's a really good Yorker to end that over. 393 for 7. Warwickshire starting this morning 364 for 5. They've lost Barnard for 95, Woakes for 1, and the lead is 164. And Emily Windsor is in for the first time today.
Yeah, good morning. Bit of a chilly one, but yeah, I feel like I was one of those brave captains. I just came expecting Warwickshire to have declared, and I can see from the other point of view why they wouldn't, but looks the time to bowl out there, doesn't it? There's there's a bit happening and we know the pitch flattens out, the weather's meant to get better and better. It's almost the longer they leave it, the more chance Hampshire get to just play out for that draw.
Yeah, I agree. Of course, the other side of it is, of course, that the Warwickshire lead builds. But here's Ian Holland, bowls, and there's a little ramp shot as well, and that's going very quickly down to fine leg. That'll be a couple of bounces for 4. He's played that well. Michael Burgess moves on to 84.
Yeah, and I guess piling on some runs here, the lead of 168 now, it just sort of takes anything else out of the game for Hampshire. But yeah, I wanted the brave captaincy. Say, go on, Hampshire, have a bat in these sort of damp conditions.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I think there was a few captains around the country, and a couple of, whoever else alongside them that would have said, you know what, let's put Hampshire straight in here. But I don't think everybody would have done, but I think there would have been a few. Here's Holland, bowls, and that's worked hard up towards mid-on by Burgess. They want 2 here. It's gone too quickly to the field at the far end. I think that's Felix Organ. And the total moves on to 398 for 7. The lead is 169. Of course, the proof will be in the pudding come whenever time that they shake hands, or don't have a good chance to shake hands, because maybe Hampshire have lost the game. But you just get you do. I'm like you. I get the feeling that these conditions, new ball. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, because this ball is 42 overs, so you're not getting a true reflection. Briggs works that in the air over mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from him, and that's gone all the way. And that is 4 runs. That's a nice pickup. Yeah,
it certainly was. And Scott Curry out there was doing the okey cokey. He was at deep mid-wicket. James Vince, the captain, said, no, come up to inside the circle, or what would be a circle, and then it's gone straight over the top of his head, and he's had to go all the way to the boundary to fetch him. And that's Warwickshire's 400 up. Some Warwickshire fans clearly underneath us applauding that.
Hanging around for the bank holiday. Be a little bit disappointed with the bank holiday weather, but obviously happy with the way their team have performed in this game. Lead is 173, the deep mid-wicket now. So we've got 2 substitute fielders on at the moment for Hampshire as Holland bowls. Briggs gets a full delivery, which he angles down to 3rd. That's a nice looking shot. Fletcher Middleton fields. Briggs can certainly bat. Don't need to tell Warwickshire fans, don't need to tell Hampshire fans that.
I think Aaron Donald's now gone back off the field. So it's just the one. The poor bloke come on and had to take that horrible skyer. That's Lottie, I think, Charlotte Edwards, our Vipers coach, favourite drill, just smacking them as high as she can over our heads. We have to chase after them.
They're not very nice, are they? Burgess drives, doesn't time, but he goes out to deep point. Pressed fields, 404 for a 7, the lead up to 175. That's horrible, isn't it? You come on and be a substitute fielder for about an over or 2, and you get something like that. You kind of wish that when you're doing that, the ball don't come to you, do you?
And he even didn't have a hat on, and I feel like that's probably a reflection. He's not expecting to field. Scott Curry probably planned to be on the field. He's there in the game, but yeah, that was a tough chance.
Briggs hits that over mid-off. That's a nice looking shot as well. That's a length ball, slightly wide, and Briggs has clubbed that over Liam Dawson, who was fairly deep at mid-off. Dawson never really made any attempt. It was well away from him. Briggs getting a nice little cameo from him. 13 off 9, 408 for 7, the lead 179.
Very expensive over that as well from Ian Holland, 15 off it, and I guess this is the nature of where we are in the game. Warwickshire wanting to speed along and get out and bowl, but they want obviously the lead to be as many as possible before they do that. The drink was run out previously, probably either with an overs in mind or of how long left to bat, but with the way they're playing, it can't be that long, hey Kev?
No, I agree. I think, I mean, I don't know how many minutes or what have you, but I think Hampshire are going to have a good hour, maybe a bit longer, aren't they, before lunch? Umpires are looking at the ball. It's going to waste a bit more time. It's not wasting the amount of overs in the game, but it's just wasting time. And it's, if you just take that last over out of it, you wouldn't say that Warwickshire have got massive momentum. So, just this just slows it down again, and it's, it just takes away from the fact that you feel that Warwickshire are on top.
Yeah, it's just one of those interesting passages of play that we get in Championship cricket and red ball cricket, with the field spread, and just sort of everyone knows what's coming, but it's when it does come. But yeah, I think Warwickshire obviously in the commanding position, and Hampshire have everything to fight for today. A good crowd in, people still sort of trickling in, some young men arriving with their picnics on the gantry.
Trust you to have spotted them.
What, because of the picnic?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's the food. Yeah.
408 for 7 Warwickshire in their first innings in reply to Hampshire, 229 all out. And I guess going back to that, Kev, on day one, it was very disappointing for Hampshire, I'm sure. You spoke to AD Birrell after day one, who said he felt like they were behind the game already, and that says something.
Well, I think it showed with James Vince, who was obviously 75 not out, Nick Gubbins, who played well when the ball was moving around, that actually if you got in, you know, against a very good attack, batting was more than manageable, and it was, you know, you could get on top of it and you could play. But that afternoon session was horrible. Warwickshire, I thought after lunch, came out superbly on that first day, and then the pitch just inexplicably started to flatten out on day two, didn't it, as we got through to the afternoon and evening sessions. But they played well, Warwickshire.
Abbas in, and that's just played into the offside by Burgess. Will be no run. He'll certainly be the bowler that's the hardest to get away in this Hampshire lineup. He's bowled beautifully. 10 maidens in his 29 overs, 3 wickets.
It's a gimme, that, isn't it? I mean, when he bowls this many overs, it's a gimme. Maidens high.
He must be sore.
Do you think so? He had a day off yesterday.
Still, 29 overs 2 days ago. There's a Abbas in from the hotel end. Bowls advances, and that's hoiked, but not got hold of. Goes down to fine leg. They're running well here. They're coming back for 2. And they get there quite comfortably in the end. Burgess moves to 88, 410 for 7 Warwickshire, with a lead of 181.
So that's 46 runs added in 38 minutes of play this morning.
Bonus points wise as well, Warwickshire got 6, Hampshire just the 1. With Championship cricket being so tight, all these bonus points do add up towards the back end of the season. There's a Abbas in, right arm over bowls, and that's a wicket. He's nicked it behind. Burgess has gone for 88. And that will be the declaration. Danny Briggs is chasing after Michael Burgess, caught by Ben Brown, and Warwickshire have declared.
Well, I mean, that's a beautiful shaped ball again, isn't it? It's pitched and just gone away a bit. Probably helped a little bit by the thinnest of edges. But, you know, there again, you know, a ball that's into its 43rd over. You know, what is a ball that's going to do, you know, in its first 10 or 15 doing this morning? And the ball's doing that. And, again, well, we won't harp on about the fact that, you know, Warwickshire could have declared overnight, and as I say, the way things are going to go today, it might actually be a very good decision, those extra runs that they've added. But the ball is moving around. There is steady cloud cover, although for me it's slowly but surely just getting a little higher as we move throughout the morning. But in the end, 410 for 8 then, as Michael Burgess departs for 88, leaving Danny Briggs 13 not out. They even put Chris Rushworth's name up on the board, although he actually didn't appear. And Abbas, who picked up 3 wickets this morning, finishes with 4 for 55 off 29 and a half overs. And I think Emily will take a quick break between innings. That lead for Warwickshire then is 181. Now that is not going to be easy for Hampshire, not going to be easy at all. They'll have to bat very, very well indeed to claw that back and some, because there is still an awful lot of cricket left in the day. So thanks, Ems, and thank you, Richard, for now, and we'll be back just before the start of the Hampshire second innings.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. The Warwickshire fielders heading to the field alongside the umpires, and the Hampshire opening batters Felix Organ and Fletcher Middleton will take the field. Earlier this morning, 46 runs were added to the Warwickshire total, giving them a lead of 181. So they declared 410 for 8. 3 wickets this morning. Alter, Mohammed Abbas, Ed Barnard was gone for 95. Chris Woakes was the next to fall for just 1, and Michael Burgess for 88. But this is a nervy period. Hey, Kev.
Well, it is, and the lights are on now where they weren't on for Warwickshire. I'm not sure the lights got worse. In fact, if anything, well, maybe because of the lights it's slightly better, but it's still full cloud cover. Warwickshire adding 46 runs, as Emily says, for the loss of 3 in 8.5 overs, so they batted for just about 40 minutes. And Mo Abbas has picked up 4 wickets in total in that innings, and takes him on to 25 for the season.
And there was a bit there this morning as well. It wasn't, bearing in mind that ball had overs in it, so Warwickshire obviously can have a new ball here. Bit of swing, bit of nip, and these conditions are starting to get a little bit better. The clouds are getting higher, but it's certainly conditions you'd prefer to be bowling in than batting. And it'll be Chris Ruskworth to take the new ball from the hotel end.
3 wickets for him in the first innings.
3 slips.
This is going to be a testing hour and 10 minutes till lunch.
Felix Organ to face up this first delivery then, as Rushworth charges in, and in defence to mid-on will be no run. You can hear the Warwickshire team out there they feel right in this game. They're definitely in the commanding position, and Hampshire have to dig deep here. The draw really the only result available for them. There's a lot of overs left today as well.
They'll do well to come out of that with a draw, won't they? They need those clouds to disappear, need that sun to burn through.
So 85 overs remain today. As Rushworth in again, bowls, and that's hit him on the pad. An appeal for LBW. They're all celebrating, and it's given. An important innings this for Felix Organ, and he's gone without scoring. He'll be very disappointed, and that is not the start Hampshire would have liked, and the dream start for Warwickshire. 0 for 1.
Wow. Well, Felix Organ, that was a pressure innings for him, really. He's not started the season particularly well. 1-0 here against Notts, 8 and 11 against Surrey, 38 in the only innings Hampshire had at Northampton. He was dropped several times in the slips, reaching 38. 1 in the first innings, got a wicked nip backer from Rushworth, which he left, and the off stump was knocked out of the ground. And that wasn't quite as a wicked nip backer, but it was still a hell of a ball. And you suppose you could say that he's had 2 very, very good balls there from Rushworth. But unfortunately, when you're out of nick, you do seem to get balls like that. And that was a very, very good delivery. Very full, nip back. Now, could Organ have perhaps been forward to that? I suppose you probably could say that. But even so, that's a really good delivery. But you get those when you're not in nick. And yeah, I feel sorry for Felix Organ. You can see the way he's walking back there. He knows that he might be under a bit of pressure for the next match.
Yeah, and of course that pressure comes from the second team game as well. Joe Weatherly, who got dropped for this first part of the season, who we've seen opening the batting for Hampshire, scored 100. There's obviously different lineups Hampshire can go with, and as a player, you know deep down when you're out of form and there's players scoring runs, it's hard to not think of those things. And unfortunately for Felix, he finds himself in that position. But the left-handed Nick Gubbins comes to the crease then. There's Rushworth now charging in, bowls, and that's driven sweetly by Gubbins. That's a fantastic way to get off the mark. And that's a contrast of 2 different players, 1 in form and 1 out of form. Gubbins moves to 4 and 4 for 1.
I'm not sure Felix Organ will be actually watching the action at the moment. He'll be a very lonely figure in that dressing room. It won't be a very nice feeling. I think we've all been through that. It's not very nice at all. But if he did look up, and he says, hang on a minute, first ball, our volley. And the bloke stroked it through extra cover. Why didn't I get that? But as I say, when things are not going for you, they don't go for you.
What will Rushworth's reply be then? He's got number 22 on his back. And he charges in, and that's driven again, and that's uppish, a cry of catch it, but the ball's racing away. Fielder after it. Alex Davies, who's very quick. So they managed to pick up 3. Positive from Nick Gubbins. He moves to 7. And the deficit of 174.
Yeah, past 300 runs for the season when he made 32 in the first innings. Got a really good ball from Chris Woakes and got across him. It bounced, he had to play at it, got caught in the slips. But he's in good form this year, Nick Gubbins, which is good to see, and he started brightly here.
Fletcher Middleton then made his county championship debut this season for the first game. Right-handed batter, played beautifully on his debut, faced his first delivery here as that's in defence from Fletcher Middleton. That's a good delivery again from Rushworth.
Kept a little low, didn't it, really? And what Hampshire will be hoping here is what happened on day 2, where the ball was darting around before lunch and then just suddenly stopped doing anything in the afternoon and evening sessions, and Hampshire will be very much hoping that there is a similar pattern today.
Often hear pitchers play like that, don't they? The pitches usually pretty good. They sort of slow up a little. There's Rushworth in again, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. That's a hell of a delivery.
Whoa.
Nipped away from the right-hander. Middleton just held his line with the bat to stop it from going to one of those 3 slips, but the new ball is always the dangerous period to get through as a batter on this pitch, and then just need someone to dig in and go on.
When you see a ball like that to Felix Organ nipping back, and then you see the last ball there where it's just shaped away, I mean this is going to be difficult. And then you've got a Chris Woakes coming on as well. My word.
International quality bowler, obviously for him. We having his eyes on that Ashes selection. And the seam attack, he's obviously fantastic in these conditions, in English conditions.
Yeah. Like Rushworth, he picked up 3 wickets in the Hampshire first innings. Hits the deck, nips it around a little bit.
Does he make your Ashes bowling sort of, I guess, not the bowling lineup, not necessarily in the 11, but does he make the squad for the Ashes?
Oh, 100%. He's dependable, isn't he? He's Mr. Dependable. And if you get conditions like this for the Ashes, it'd be ideal. Gubbins pushes forward, thick outside edge, but plays it with soft hands. It races down to 3rd man. It's a good ball first up from Chris Woakes, but give credit to Nick Gubbins there. Had to play at it, but didn't push at it too hard. Went to ground. He moves on to 11. 11 off 3. And 11 for 1. Gubbins is racing away here, as often fits somebody who's in good form.
Woakes won't mind that at all, will he? Hands across his mouth after the delivery.
Does he make your Ashes squad?
Yeah, definitely. I think in these conditions, for me, fantastic bowler. But obviously the choices they have for the bowling department, Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, obviously all back in. Ollie Robinson, who's picked up wickets in a county championship for Sussex.
Gubbins leaves alone. Good bounce, but good leave. Of course,
Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, I haven't mentioned those. There's plenty to choose from that are very strong in these conditions. In the UK, I feel like for England, it's always been getting that right attack when they go overseas, but in English conditions, to have the choice of all these bowlers, it's going to be a tough one for Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum.
He's Woakes from that pavilion end, bowls to Gubbins, that's wide. Gubbins watches that go by. So I suppose you could say that if all those bowlers you've just mentioned are fit, Woakes doesn't get in the starting 11, would he?
No, not when I imagine without fail they'll be going Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, and then it's who goes alongside that. And for me, they're going to go with some extra pace. I think with the positive nature that we play Bazball, they're going to want that extra something different to the bowling attack.
Oh, it's a beauty. Gubbins pushing forward, the ball nipping past the outside edge. Goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess. That's a good delivery as well. We've seen 3 already in 10 balls. We've seen 3 serious deliveries, one of which has taken a wicket. That's not a great ratio from a batting point of view.
Speaking of serious deliveries, there's some good cricket going on the gantry. Someone's charging in.
Oh, I think I'd rather be batting there. Oh, that's nipped back. That's nipped back. That's a good leave. That's, oh dear. That's one that's nipped away and one that's nipped back from very similar lines and lengths. It's a seriously good leave from Gubbins. He's got no idea whether that's nipping away or nipping back. He's leaving it on line, and you just hope that when the ball nips back like that, it doesn't nip back too much. Otherwise, you're standing there with your off stump cartwheeling out the ground. Here's Woakes bowls. Gubbins gets one that's straight and works it up to mid-on. That's the line you want Woakes to bowl. A little too straight. You're able to work it into the gap on the leg side. Gubbins will keep the strike. Moves on to 12. He's scored all 12 of Hampshire's runs so far in the 2 overs to date. The deficit down to 169.
And I think the beauty as a batter, when you're in form, your feet are going without really thinking about it. You get yourself in good positions, and this may sound really stupid, but you get yourself in good positions to leave the ball. You have better judgment because you're either getting closer to the ball or strong positions on the back foot, mainly guided by that head position. And obviously when you haven't got runs under your belt, you're playing for your plays. Felix Organ just is a little bit tentative in everything you do, and you almost need that first boundary or first run to get your feet moving, and it's a horrible position to be in as a batter. But Gubbins obviously he's got runs under his belt, he's feeling confident, and instinct takes over it at that stage. But with this Warwickshire lineup, he's going to have to play well. There's Rushworth in, and that's on his pads, slightly too straight, but played to mid-wicket. Danny Briggs in there. There'll be no run.
Dan Berto on the tweets at Silent Sport says, oh dear, yet another early morale-boosting wicket for the opposition. We've been talking about the Hampshire opening partnerships over the last, about year now. It was the first couple of games of last season where they were quite large, with Joe Weatherly scoring runs early season, but since then they've been nothing to speak of, and again, no runs at all, the partnership in this second innings.
Rushworth to Gubbins, that's left alone outside the off stump, just coming back into him on the angle, left-hander. Good delivery. Where would you go here, Kev? You've obviously AD Birrell made that decision at the start to drop Joe Weatherly. He just scored 100 in the first team. You've got Ian Holland, who's done it before, who's now down the order, playing sort of in an all-rounder role. What does Felix, for you, get another opportunity? Where do you see AD Birrell going after this delivery to Gubbins? And that's driven, that's not gone where he wants it on the offside, inside edge, but up to mid-on will be no run.
I think it's a tough one, isn't it, really? I mean, there is generally a trend now to give players a few games, isn't it? Not just at Hampshire, but sort of generally around anywhere. I think what hasn't helped him is Joe Weatherly scoring the 100 during the week. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, yeah, what about Toby Albert? He got a double 100, but I'm not sure Albert would be looked at as an opening batter. But I think Weatherly, I don't know, there's a good case for bringing him back, isn't there?
Rushworth, right arm round, and that's pushed into the offside confidently by Gubbins. Just doesn't look phased out there.
And I think what hasn't helped Felix is the fact that he only bowled 2 overs. You know, late on day 2. You know, if you're going to have him in the side where he can bowl some off-spin as well. The fact that Keith Barker's not playing, so there's no rough for him to bowl into. So, you know, his bowling really is not making a major contribution. And he's batting at the moment, it certainly isn't. So it's a horrible situation. We've all faced it.
Fielding change then. A mid-wicket's gone out to a deepish square as Rushworth in on his pads, and Gubbins just works to that fielder. So he picks up a single. All 13 runs to Nick Gubbins. The deficit of 168. Obviously Warwickshire just batted the once so far, 410 for 8.
I suppose the other sort of possible options are that you just jiggle about the order a little bit. So, you know, you could argue that, you know, maybe somebody who's not opened the batting to come in, like a Joe Weatherly, there could be somebody else to come in and slot in a different position in the order.
Rushworth in, and that's played down nicely by Fletcher Middleton. That will race for 4. Soft hands and guided down to third man. We see him play that so well. He moves to 4, he's off the mark.
It's a soft hands wicket. Now, Emily, I'm going to get you to come into my place. So Emily is going to stay on, Emily Windsor. And then joining her for the next half an hour will be Richard Wilford from BBC WM. And they will take you through till around about 12:30, where hopefully when I'm back on, and I don't want to sound biased, but I still love to be seeing Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins at the middle. But we all have to wait and see, because Richard Wilford, of course, will want something completely different.
Well, you know, you've set the tone with that, haven't you, really? You know, it'd be sad that James Vince has been and gone by then, but what can I say? Chris Woakes is going to begin a new over, forced off the back foot by Gubbins up towards short mid-off, where Alex Davis does the fielding. And there's no run. Conditions are testing. We're not seeing any extreme movement. We're seeing some good lines. Soft hands, as the two of you just been saying, Emily. Going to be needed. 4 slips in place, quite tightly packed as well, those 4 slips.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's not been extreme movement, but just that odd one's nipped away or nipped in, but these two looking comfortable at the moment.
Woakes in, and that is down into the slip cord, and it goes through them as well. There may be 4 of them tight together, but it went along the deck and it squeezed through the hands of Will Rhodes, who's at 4th slip. He's now got rather wet hands, which of course is the other factor in that keeping the ball in good condition here is going to be really difficult with a very damp outfield. See, Rob Yates now has got the big flannel out to try and dry it at first slip. Yates, Hayne, Mosley and Rhodes, the 4 slips.
Speaking of soft hands, that was the perfect demonstration of it from Nick Gubbins, wasn't it? It was an edge, but because he goes softly at it, it's not a chance.
Yeah.
So that's packed cordon.
It's not been great carry so far in this match. It's not a wicket that has much pace in it. Woakes in once more from the pavilion end, and that's a beautifully shaped delivery. And that's that little bit of movement you referred to, where it's pitching probably just outside a leg stump line, but angling across the left-hander and going a little bit further.
Speaking of carry, that one was good carry as well, wasn't it? Up over the right shoulder of Burgess. It's just that odd delivery that this pitch offers something to the bowling attack, especially with the new ball. And I think for Warwickshire it's really important that they use these conditions, floodlights on, and that new ball in hand.
Straight ball on around off stump, just kills it. Gubbins into the follow through. About half an hour ago we heard one person who was listening in Thailand who'd got a darkened room and the air conditioning on. John Edwards has been in touch saying, I'm in Thailand watching on YouTube. The temperature has been around 40 and is currently 38. Definitely inside with aircon. Come on, you Bears, and up the Blues. There you go. That's a classic double bill. Warwickshire and Birmingham City.
You're all blue as well. Warwickshire's mostly blue, isn't it?
Mainly. Ball just back of a length, left alone outside off stump. Blue and yellow, the club colours. But a good tradition, a good percentage of Warwickshire supporters are also Birmingham City supporters. There'll be Villa fans saying, oh well, I love the Bears as well. That's fine. That's fine.
You're welcome. Well, to be fair, it's a bit like Hampshire. You got Portsmouth, Southampton, Bournemouth, and Portsmouth and Southampton don't speak.
Woakes the ball again. When he drops it a bit shorter, he's getting some movement off the pitch. But at that length, Gubbins has got such a good view of it, he can leave it well alone. 4 overs gone, 81 overs left in the day. Hampshire 21 for 1. They trail by 160.
I feel like one of your players there is just Dan Mosley. And there's just where his helmet that or the keeper's helmet that he's picked up. It's actually his helmet. He punched himself in the face with it and was rubbing his nose.
Oh, he was.
That's one of those.
I was in the lift with him earlier. He was okay then. He didn't hit himself with anything then. He had got what looked like a snooker cue case.
Oh.
So I don't know whether that was genuinely what was in there or what.
Chris Rushworth to continue from the hotel end into Middleton. That's a player miss outside the off stump. Shape away from that right-hander. Good delivery. But again, Middleton just held his line with his hands. Just 3 slips, Rushworth.
He did well to keep his hands inside the line of that, because that I wouldn't go as far as to say it's jagged, but it certainly offered to move away. There was some noticeable movement.
Very still day. The cloud just sitting above the Ageas Bowl. Rossworth steaming in again. Bowls driven, but a misfield. Extra cover will allow him to get off strike. Alex Davies won't be happy with that one. He's sort of teasing the batters there, walking to the ball, turning to see if they look for 2.
Yeah, I think Chris Rushworth would rather be bowling to the right-hander, and it isn't easy fielding with it. It's going to be a little bit soap-like, this ball. As things continue, as a baby cries somewhere downstairs.
Kevin James has to get used to that noise. The baby crying downstairs. Grandad Kev, we got to mention a few times.
He's too young.
Due to be having a little one soon. Rushworth, he's staying right arm over the wicket to Gubbins. That's on his pad work nicely. And that will race away to the boundary for 4. Just a whip off his pads. And again, Gubbins is timing the ball nicely. Still playing positively, even in the situation of the game. Gubbins races to 17.
As Kevin was saying, when he came in, he looked in good order in the first innings. It was a bit of a surprise when he got out, Gubbins. And it did rather start a catalogue of problems for Hampshire. But he's played some really authoritative shots already. And Hampshire, all they want to do is just keep on ticking over here. Knock off the deficit sometime around the tea interval or before or whenever, and have wickets in hand when they get there.
Deficit sits at 155. There's Rushworth in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. We were speaking while you were off air about that England bowling attack, that England lineup. Obviously, Chris Woakes is so good in these conditions. We were talking about how he'd make that starting 11, if he would make that starting 11. Hopefully, for the Warwickshire supporters in that Ashes squad, and you'd expect him to make the squad. What's your opinions on that?
Yeah, I can't see him playing the first Ashes test. Cause, I think Broad, Anderson and Robinson probably select themselves on form. I know Robinson has 10 wickets in the match this week against Worcester.
Rushworth in, driven, and that's uppish again. Past the short cover. Alex Davies picks it up and hands on head. They're all just looking at each other out there. There's a dot ball.
If Alex Davies was as close to the left-hander at mid-off as he's been to the right-hander, that would have been real trouble.
Gubbins not afraid to drive it when it's out there, though, that's for sure. But Warwickshire won't mind that. They want him to drive with those 3 slips. Hands on knees, waiting. As Rushworth bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump this time from Gubbins.
I think it's a question, really. The balance of the England team, there's a couple of major questions out there. One is whether Ben Stokes can bowl, and I think it's more likely not. Certainly not significantly. Are they happy to go in with a 4-man attack with Jack Leach as the 4th bowler? Who keeps wicket? Is it Folkes or is it Bairstow? Because Folkes has done nothing wrong, but
He's
could be
the best gloveman in the country, isn't he?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Gloveman.
I know a lot of people think John Simpson at Middlesex also is an excellent keeper, but Folkes is outstanding. But is he going to suffer the same fate as the likes of James Foster and Chris Reed have over the years, where somebody who's a better bat gets into the side ahead of you? Because Harry Brook has made life hard for the selectors by making so many runs.
He's got to play, isn't he?
Well, yeah, world-class talent. As Woakes begins a new over, it's again quite back of a length. He is bowling a bit shorter than you might expect, and once more after the bounce, it seems a bit and then swings further away towards first slip. And what will they do in the Island Test? It's a 4-day test match. Do they select what they think is their Ashes 11, or do they just mix and match a little bit? Is it worth Ben Stokes playing in that game?
I'm really interested, but it's really exciting to have these selection problems.
Again, similar length, not quite so wide, left alone by Middleton. Yeah, you'd rather have too many to choose from, wouldn't you?
And obviously as well, you got the pace of Jofra Archer and Mark Wood. There's obviously a lot of talk on social media. Jofra Archer's currently at the IPL. He wasn't fit for a few games, but there's a comment, I think, that reassured that Jofra would be fit for the Ashes. Does he come straight back into the side?
Woakes straighter delivery on an off-stump line, again back of a length, guided down towards point by Middleton. No run, it remains 26 for 1. Superstar talent Jofra Archer. if you're going to trust him for a test match in terms of his durability, I think he has to play the Ireland game.
I totally agree, and I think to an extent that Ireland game could be a big game for the bowlers. People can really show what they're up to being. As is the county championship at the moment, a lot of those bowlers are taking part in this as well.
Forward in defence, they think about a run, but they make a wise choice not to go for it, as Davis was quick to run in and close it down.
You got Chris Woakes out there who didn't need to play county championship cricket for the Ashes as opposed to going to the IPL.
Yeah, I think he's made a good choice. He loves playing for Warwickshire anyway, but 3 games back to back, it means he gets into more of a rhythm. Tends to bowl short spells. Nothing more than 5 overs so far, I think, in the 3 games at a time. Anderson and Broad haven't had a good week with the ball in a match where the wickets have gone down regularly. Middleton again forward in defence, pushes it up towards Davis at mid-off. But that's a relatively low-scoring game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, and they're really not taking many wickets between them. I think Anderson came up empty-handed in the first innings, and Broad took 2. So Robinson is the guy who's fired the shots this week.
Yeah, he's a fearsome bowler, isn't he?
Woakes came for it wider in the crease there. That's one of those lovely deliveries that follows the edge of the bat. Just goes past it through to Michael Burgess. That was a peach. End of the over from Chris Woakes. I think that was a maiden. 26 for 1, 21 to Gubbins and 5 to Middleton. Just around 3/4 of an hour to go until lunch here. And Hampshire would be delighted if they get through 1 down to lunch. That would be the first significant step to making sure they see themselves over the line in this game.
Kevin James has just shown me the BBC Sport feed that says there could hardly be a more appropriate weekend for myself to be in the commentary box for Radio Solent. The only thing I can be guessing is my last name is Rushworth in, and that's pushed into the offside for no run. Windsor obviously had a busy day at the Palace yesterday.
Absolutely.
Watching the coronation of my granddad Philip.
Charles, surely.
Charles. Who's Philip?
Yeah, well, there we go. That's what you'd call him. That's what you'd call him.
Yeah.
Close family members.
Charles.
Wow.
Oh, that couldn't have gone. That's gone from bad to worse. That as Rushworth into the left-handed Gubbins. That's played back down the pitch.
See, what you really needed to do yesterday was to come on the bowl, go through the gate, take over middle stump, Windsor Castle's top order. that would have been where
that
it
would have been.
Yeah.
That would have been the punchline for the cricket page on BBC, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, I sat and watched it rain. I can confirm I was not at Charles's coronation because I can't even get his name right. Rushworth then around the wicket to Gubbins, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Good take by Burgess, is coming up to his right shoulder. Nice leave though from Gubbins.
So given that your reputation these days, you know, is as the finisher, did you insist to go out with the umpires to call play off yesterday?
I made the decision, yeah. I can confirm the umpires didn't even have to go out at home. It was very wet down there and didn't stop raining, as I'm sure it did here.
You shook hands with them and the groundsman.
Rushworth just pushed into the offside for no run. Actually, on that, 26 for 1 the score. We didn't shake hands at all.
Didn't you?
With the opposition or anything. It was almost one of those days where it didn't even look like any cricket, that it was just turned it up a bit of like football, tennis, social in the indoor school.
Did you do what they did here? Because the players did do one thing yesterday.
Ooh.
At 11 o'clock.
We didn't even do that.
Ah.
Rushworth in, bowls and forward in defence. Good stride by Gubbins.
And for those who haven't put 2 and 2 together, they stood on the balconies for the playing of the national anthem yesterday at 11 o'clock here. That was their one duty.
a lovely moment.
It was largely the only reason the Warwickshire players had to leave the hotel and go to the other end of the ground was for that, to pay tribute to the crowning of the new monarch.
That must have been a wet trip over there and back. There's rush in, and that's edged behind by Gubbins. Massive wicket for Warwickshire, and you can see that in the celebration. Just pitched on middle, nipped away, and a faint edge, and Gubbins has to go for 21. 26 for 2. The deficit is still of 155, and Warwickshire are right in this game.
That was a real guttural roar from Chris Rushworth and getting that wicket. That meant a lot to them. They know that Gubbins was in good order, had batted well as well on Thursday, and to get that second wicket before the lunch interval, still with 40 minutes to go before the lunch interval, that's absolutely huge for the Bears. Rushworth with his second of the innings, 5 in the match. That's what they've recruited him for. Situations like this, where there's just doing a little bit. Rushworth doesn't need extravagant swing. Just a bit like with Mohammed Abbas. That little bit of nibble, little bit of nip. Might only be 1 ball in 3 that he gets it to go a bit. And Gubbins playing forward defensive, nicks off to Michael Burgess. Huge wicket with the gap still 155 runs.
Yeah, the Hampshire fans will not want to see Gubbins going back to the pavilion, that's for sure. He's been the man of consistency for Hampshire so far this year. But the man coming to the crease, James Vince, feels like another big wicket for Warwickshire. He was 75 not out, left stranded at the non-striker end in the first innings for Hampshire. But he's got a lot to do today. 78 overs remain, a lot of time to bat.
I mean, the thing is with James Vince, if he bats for 40 overs, then Hampshire probably work their way into the lead, because he's not going to cower, he's not going to do anything other than back himself. That's James Vince's way, and batted very nicely in the first innings before, as he mentioned there, he ran out of partners. Chris Woakes will begin a new over, because that was the final ball of Rushworth's fourth, and he comes into bowl to Fletcher Middleton, who's forward nicely in defence. Davis comes scampering in from mid-off and does the fielding, and there's no run. And Middleton quietly has been watching all this go on. He's only faced 11 out of 43 deliveries so far. But I thought very much on Thursday he demonstrated that he's got an opening bat's temperament, Fletcher Middleton. He's going to need that here.
Yeah, he's played beautifully, I think, so far for Hampshire. Young man, and really taken into his strides the role.
Edges across his stumps. This ball jags back at him, wraps him on the pad. There sounded like there might have been 2 contacts there. The first might have been with the bat. Slightly fuller length from Woakes. So hasn't pitched it up as far as you might expect him to, because he's getting a bit of movement from back of a length.
You feel Warwickshire as well. James Vince being in so early. The ball new, these overcast conditions, lights on. And I'm sure they have a big slip cordon to James Vince.
Short rhythmic approach, an appeal for LBW from Chris Woakes. It's pondered and it's rejected, and he stands with hands on hips, which suggests he felt it was close. He bats with his right foot almost in front of off stump Middleton, and that's not far away. It was a decent shout.
Very decent shout. I think that's one Chris Woakes will be looking at a few times. The umpires, of course, have these cameras now on their jackets this year, and it's supposedly to help review decisions and stuff. So I'm sure Woakes will want to be showing that one back after the game. That was a very obscure run that I've just witnessed.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby sprinting back to deep square leg on an arc, as Woakes bowls back of a length, and it's outside off stump, so Middleton doesn't have to play it. It was a comedy run from Ollie Hannon-Dolby, helped with the fact that he's 6'7" and slim, got the knees up quite high. I thought he was heading for the mid-wicket boundary, and then he curved.
It reminded me of a gazelle, with the limbs just flowing everywhere, and he just got from A to B very quickly. It just caught your eye.
If anybody got a recording of that, would be useful when we do a podcast. It would love being called a gazelle. Woakes in, that's a proper short bouncer, which Middleton shows no interest in whatsoever. That was almost wideable. That was so short and so high. And I reckon the last ball of the over is guaranteed to be the fullest ball he's bowled for 15 minutes. Because he's gone short outside off. He's gone very short over the top of the stumps. This has got to be full and arcing towards the slips. Let's see.
Or a bouncer again.
I can't see it. Oh, he's lost his run up then.
Oh, there you go.
And he's telling Ollie Hannon-Dobby to come back in, which, with the best will in the world, he's not disguising his intent here unless he does go bouncer. And he comes into a rather more orthodox square leg position, just in front of square though. And Woakes is in, and it's full. He wraps him on the pad, and he's out LBW. He's absolutely done him up like a kipper. You could see it coming. Short ball outside off, bouncer over his head. Next ball wraps him in front of middle stump, and he's gone for 5. Middleton departs. Hampshire 26 for 3.
Yeah, you called that one, and Fletcher Middleton now has to go back to the pavilion. Hampshire in real bother here. 3 down. Just 8 overs in, and Warwickshire right on top. A lot of work to do for the Hampshire middle order now.
But to defend Fletcher Middleton though, because I'm very impressed with how he played in the first innings, even when you know what's probably coming, that is a high-class delivery that he's just received from an outstanding bowler. And he's just got a little bit of movement, and he gets hit in front. It's very, very difficult, even if you know that what's coming is going to be the fullest ball of the over.
Sometimes as well, as a batter, you know what's coming, but then you almost overthink it, and instinct comes out of your brain. I think when you're preempting the delivery, which is why bowlers play with fields and try and get batters to think about that rather than actually just watching what's coming down to them and reacting, which is what you just do in nets, isn't it? When you're in nets, there's no fielders, and you just react to what's comes down. And as you said, when you've got a high-class bowler like Chris Woakes, still bowling an absolute seed, it's challenging for the batters.
It's the ability to think somebody out, but also have the execution. And that's the thing that you get with... I mean, this is a ludicrously experienced opening attack, as is Hampshire's. And obviously Hampshire without Keith Barker this week, but when the 3 of them are all playing, then it fills you with dread. If there's any help, if the conditions are going to give you anything, then those 3. And Warwickshire this year have assembled an attack, particularly with Woakes available at the moment, that creates much of the same concern.
Rushworth to Vince, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Just looks like he's batting outside his crease there, but Rushworth getting the ball to go away from the right-hander. Tom Prest was the man to come to the crease. Playing in the Hampshire middle order, very talented young batsman. Seen most of his innings for Hampshire in the T20 Blast. Batting at number 3. A very capable red ball player as well as Rushworth. Into Vince, who again advances, and again that's gone away. And Vince doesn't contact. Another dot ball. And the Warwickshire slip fielders, hand on head. They won't mind that.
Well, that's 2 beauties to receive as your first 2 deliveries. He's just got that natural arc of the outswing bowler at the moment, Rushworth. He's absolutely in rhythm. He's buoyed by the fact he's taken a couple of wickets. I think this might just have to take away his drive shot for a moment here.
Get that leave out as Rushworth in, and that's in defence this time, still shaping away from the right-hander. It's really challenging out there to be a batter. Just one fielder on the boundary at fine leg. Everyone else in tight.
So there he's actually, to allow for the swing, he's over-adjusted and ended up getting the inside half of the bat to it. The question is, and we saw it in the first innings when Felix Organ was out there, does Rushworth bring the in-dipper into play here?
He is a clever bowler as he's in, and that's driven, that's shaped away, but not as much, and slightly fuller. So Vince can play it back. 26 for 3, Hampshire in their second innings. Deficit of 155. Warwickshire on top. Let's see the first bit of blue sky in the distance we've seen all day. It's a small patch, and this cloud cover from a Hampshire point of view needs to move on quickly. And the floodlights are still on overhead. But there's not much breeze to take the clouds away, that's for sure, as Rushworth in, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Again from Vince, has pulled his bat out of line. Just looks challenging out there, doesn't it?
I'm not sure how you meant to play that ball. I mean, it's James Vince who's out there. It's the best batsman probably in the match. And that one was pitched in line and gone. Play and miss is the best result you get from that ball. But final ball of the over has struck the last two. Is this the in-dipper moment?
In he comes. That's held its line, and Vince just plays it back down the pitch. Will be no run. Fantastic over, maiden over from Rushworth. Two batters at the crease, James Vince, Tom Prest. Yet to trouble the scorers.
So Woakes is about to bowl his 5th over. That tends to be a spell for him. Whether it's slightly different today, because they know that it's the final day of the game. A few days rest to come after it. We'll see. Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Ed Barnard are the two change bowlers. Emily is taking a break. She'll be back with us after lunch, of course. Southern Viper star, amongst other things. And as much as we... she's only half listening now. As much as we tease her about being known as the finisher these days, it's a very useful attribute that she brings to that side to finish games off. As Woakes then begins a new over, and Prest quite deliberately plays well inside the line of that ball that again is back of a length. That's the length that Woakes has been going for, and it held its line, and he leaves it alone, and it goes through to Michael Burgess. Hampshire got off to a bit of a flyer when Nick Gubbins first came to the crease. Now becoming becalmed and a bit stuck on 26 for 3. That one leaves Prest. He steps across his stumps just to make sure he's covering them off as it goes through towards a slip cordon that is again 4 strong, with Yates, Hayne, Mosley and Rhodes in that order. There's a point fielder, I presume is Barnard. It has generally been in this match, indeed it is. Davis is at mid-off, Rushworth at mid-on, Hannon-Dolby at square leg, and then fielded down at long leg by a process of elimination. Must be Danny Briggs. Woakes in for the 3rd ball of the over. That one's straighter, just outside off-stump line. Defended, not a lot of foot movement, but just on leaning onto the back foot, Prest. Out towards mid-off and Alex Davis. Kevin James is back in position.
Hello. Wow, it's a good decision by Warwickshire to bat on this morning then.
Yeah, you never know. See whether they run out of time. But
well, there is more blue sky arriving.
Yeah.
And if this pitch does what it did on day 2, it'll be a long afternoon.
Woakes in, that one again just seams away, but Prest can leave it. When he go fuller and straighter towards the end of the over like he did to get Fletcher Middleton, it was a classic 3-card trick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That previous over.
He's a good bowler.
He is a good bowler. I'm saying that even if you know it's coming, as you Fletcher Middleton for that final ball,
yeah,
it's still such a good ball. Makes life very, very difficult. He has sent Hannon-Dolby back to deep square leg again. Will it be the double bluff this time? Last time it did signal it was going to be a bouncer. And he comes and he's turned around the corner. And around comes Danny Briggs from long leg. Prest is off the mark with a single. He got one in the first innings as well, didn't he? Thought he got a duck, but it was Dawson who got a duck in the first innings. 27 for 3. Change of strike, which the Bears might not dislike here. 1 ball left in the over. And as they get towards the end of their initial spells, I think Chris Rushworth would probably quite like to start on over to Tom Prest while he's in rhythm. It is brightening there over the Ageas Bowl as this straight ball is defended by Vince. Out into the offside end of the over. Hampshire 27 for 3, 154 runs behind.
Apologies, Emily did have our email, but I think she's got it back now. But the few that have come in recently, solentcricket@gmail.com. Rob Barnes, an avid Hampshire supporter, says, if Felix Organ fails again, do you feel that there's another opener should be tried? We've been discussing about that. Perhaps Tom Prest, says Rob. I don't think Tom Prest will be opening. I think there are a couple of options, but not that. Andy Wallace says that thought our Mankad replacement back up and out. We're talking about another name for Mankad because you probably can't say Mankad anymore. Thanks for the great commentary. Hopefully Hampshire can bat this out. Says Andy, struggling at the moment. The weather, says Peter Chapman, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, just to join in the subject of the weather, it's a lovely day here in Penzance. It's warm as well as Rushworth comes in. Always turned around there, Prest, as he tried to work that away on the leg side. The ball just straightened on him a fraction. Under Mankad, Bill Seeger says, in baseball, the runner is picked off when trying to steal the base. I rather like the idea of cricket stealing the term.
Picked off.
Ooh.
That's not bad, actually. That's not bad.
We like that.
Albeit that a lot of people don't like Americanisms, but there is some merit in that.
So
picked off at first base, yeah, when he's...
there you go. We wouldn't say first base,
when they're threatening us. No, but I'm saying that's what they have
picked
there.
off. There we go. We've got a new name. Pressed off the back foot, and that's half stopped at point. That was a lovely shot off the back foot there, Tom Prest. He's on 27 for 3, Hampshire 154 behind. In
baseball, you have that cat and mouse where a runner will creep away from the base when the pitcher is about to throw, and with the potential of stealing a base.
Yeah.
But they can be thrown out. The pitcher can turn and hurl the ball to first base. They have to turn and throw it, though. If they don't throw it, they get penalised. It's called a bulk. But there we go.
I think we've found a term.
Picked off. That's very good.
Yeah, I think if they find a better one, it'll have to be very, very good indeed. Here's Rushworth in improving weather. Straight. Prest pushes it back to the bowler and there's no run. Tigger Miles, hello to you. At Silent Sport on the tweet says, James Vince needs 27 runs this innings to reach 10,000 county championship runs. I tell you what, if he gets 27 in this situation, it'll be a very, very good knock, but let's hope he gets at least that. Peter Chapman back on the emails says, surely we have 2 bowling points, having taken 6 Warwickshire wickets. No, Peter, because the 6th wicket was taken outside of the 110 overs. So it still is only 1. Here's Rushworth. I think we're going to get a bit of sun in a minute. Pressed his forward, quietly plays that out on the onside.
Yeah, the weather is coming from the rather more benign direction today. It's coming sort of New Foresty sort of direction.
Was it more sort of 1 o'clock? Yeah, sort of. Well, New Forest is probably a little bit more 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. But yeah, it's that way. No, Basingstoke's more sort of behind us.
My bearings are shocking, aren't they?
Winchester's right behind us.
Right.
Solent is dead in front of us. So yeah, that's sort of. Yeah. It's New Forest way. Yeah, that's the ish. Edge, caught keeper. And there's another wicket there for Rushworth. That's his 3rd. And Prest goes for 1. A gentle outside edge to a ball that just straightened on him. And a catch for Michael Burgess again. And Hampshire are really in deep trouble here at 27 for 4.
Yeah, I think it was a concern for James Vince that he couldn't get off strike couldn't get a single the last ball of Chris Woakes' last over. In that, for Prest, Rushworth in this sort of form, with a tiny bit of help, just enough, because that's all he needs with his experience. This over was always going to be a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it, for Preston? He'd played it quite well up until then, and look at the weary way that he's going back as well, dragging his bat behind him.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a nothing defensive shot, really. I'm not sure it was played with a lot of conviction. It's good bowling, there's no doubt about that. It was almost a defeatist type of defensive shot, really. Not very convincing, I'm afraid. It was, but let's not take anything away from Rushworth. 3 for 17. Coming up to 6 overs, and Hampshire really are up against it here. They've lost 3 wickets for just the addition of 1 run.
But if you know, the flip side is a couple of batsmen make 50s, it changes the complexion of the game very much. And you know, once this ball's 20 to 30 overs old, it might do less. Yep. You know, the fact that the pitch was under covers for so long means it might take longer for it to settle today.
True. Certainly proving it at the moment.
But this, I mean, you know, when you recruit, some people would have raised an eyebrow at recruiting Chris Rushworth at the age that he is, giving him a 3-year contract that will take him till he's 38. But you look at the value that you get from it. He's got 6 of the 14 wickets they've taken in this match, and he makes inroads with the new ball. He's put Hampshire so far on the back foot here.
Any bowler that's taken over 620 first-class wickets has a pedigree about them, is a proven wicket taker. Is somebody not to be just cast aside, as Durham found out, because they cast him aside and then re-employed him, didn't they?
Oh yeah, that's right. He's taken those wickets having not really established himself until he was well into his 20s.
Right. He's just got one of those nice easy actions, and in county cricket, as in most cricket, if you can shape the ball away from the right-hander, you will always take wickets. Here he is then, and he's bowling against Ben Brown. 4 slips as Brown pushes forward. That didn't really move quite that much. As that pushes up to mid-on, Hampshire are behind by 154. Peter Chapman says, how long will Hampshire persist with Felix Organ? I think it's this the way things are looking, Hampshire are going to lose this game unless obviously they put up a fantastic regard action, which means usually come the next game somebody is going to make way, and you would say at the moment perhaps Felix is the most obvious one, but I think if you lose, and it could be a bad loss in a way, the way things are looking, then you are almost forced into making a change just to make a change. And it could very well be him.
So Chris Woakes is going to bowl into a 6th over with this second new ball. There's no doubt he is on some sort of over rationing while he plays for Warwickshire, but short, sharp spells have been it, but he will continue and bowls to Vince. It's down the leg side. There was a slightly anxious glance round from Vince, but I don't think it did nick anything on the way through. And it was well taken low down to his left by Michael Burgess. He batted very well in that innings. In the end, fell short of his 100, out for 88. Barnard made 95. Of course, Sam Hain 85 and Alex Davis 51, also making half centuries. So quite a balance to the scorecard.
Yeah.
Woakes is in again. Vince digs it out around off stump. He's bowling a fuller length to Vince than he has been to the other batsman. And did get some oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. I mean, this is the big prize. If Vince was gone before lunch, that's desperate trouble for Hampshire.
I do remember a few seasons ago up at Edgbaston, Hampshire hanging on for dear life to draw a game which kept them in Division 1. Vince was very much in the thick of that.
He waits again, leaves a ball that's back of a length and angling further away. Look, this game is far from gone. 73 overs left.
Oh.
And it really, 2 decent partnerships and they can get themselves to safety.
Oh, yeah. And there is more blue sky over by over, which may and probably will make a difference in terms of the ball doing less and less.
It's becoming a rather pleasant Sunday afternoon. Temperature's meant to go up quite a bit as the day goes on as well.
Hope so.
A bit of a shadow as Woakes comes in. Again, this length, back of a length, is the one he's been persisting with. And it's left alone by Vince. Goes through to Michael Burgess once more.
Keep that sun coming out.
Could be 19 degrees by 5 o'clock with full sun.
Beautiful. Not quite the 33 we heard in Thailand, but we'll take it.
Our second Thai correspondent said it had been 40 earlier in the day.
Ooh.
That one, for a moment, Vince was thinking he wanted to pull that, but the line would have made that a distinctly dodgy choice. And he does really well in the end to push his hands down low to get out of the way of it. Ed Barnard's doing some warming up at the moment. So it looks like he's going to get a go before the interval. You would expect that Ollie Hannon-Dolby might well do so as well. As he comes back in, Chris Woakes has been changing Hannon-Dolby's position during the course of overs. So now Vince will expect something a bit fuller once again from Woakes. He strides in the sunshine and it's defended on off stump, and Hannon-Dolby comes in to do the fielding. And that is the end of the over. 27 for 4 Hampshire. We've seen 7 wickets in this morning session and 73 runs.
Yeah, and that's an hour and 35, isn't it, if you take the 10 minutes off between innings?
Yep.
So plenty happening out there. Luke Wood has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. I don't think it's the Luke Wood that plays for Lancashire, but it might be. Personally, I'd replace it. It might be, actually. Personally, I'd replace Felix and open with Holland. It could very well be Luke Wood, the left-arm seamer. But I miss the days of Carberry and Jimmy Adams. Opening could always they could always be relied on, one if not both. Well, that's true, but not very often you get 2 very good openers. Make the most of them when you do. Forward is Ben Brown to a start of a new over from Chris Rushworth, and that is a no ball. Now, I must admit I've not studied Chris Rushworth's career, but I don't know how many no balls he bowls, but I don't think it's something that he's particularly well known for.
No, I don't think so. Yes, that last correspondent there. You can certainly rely on Michael Carberry against Warwickshire. had a tremendous record against the Bears.
Yes. He's a good player. Here's Rushworth in the sunshine. Bowls to Brown. That's swinging away, and Brown allows that to go past. Ralph Brooker back on the email, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, we have to take the rough with the smooth, but this has been brewing for several seasons. I blame Brexit. I blame everything on Brexit. That's what you do. We could have got an overseas batter. This is Hampshire, of course. Weatherly has to come in, says Ralph. There will be 2 losses on the trot. Run makers, Gubbins, Brown, and the lower order. Absolute hammering it down here in France. Oh dear. Rushworth. Perhaps getting the rain we had yesterday. Brown on the back foot. Pushes that out square on the offside. Don't know if it was making its way south, the rain.
I don't think it was though, was it? It was coming up from coming across from the Isle of Wight, I think, the weather yesterday, wasn't it? It was being sent to us by the Briggs and Hose families. Yeah. Not very kind of them. They sent it far and wide, didn't they? Because you saw enough of it at Hove as well.
Ooh. Yeah. There was part of me that didn't mind actually not commentating yesterday. I don't know why. Here comes Rushworth. Bowls. Oh, it's edge to first slip, and that is a beauty of a delivery because Brown had to play at that one. And it not only moved away from him, but it moved away from him off the pitch as well. And Brown gets the thinnest of tickles to first slip, and he goes for no score. And Hampshire, well, this is proving to be the trickiest of tricky sessions. It's 29 for 5.
That's an absolute jaffer again. Rob Yates has been very busy this season at first slip since Chris Rushworth arrived. A 4 for now. He's looking for his first 5 for the county, and I mean, knocking over the top order in this session has been an exceptional job. And it's not every ball has gone. Not every ball has shown that drift, that wobble, that swing. But when he's got it right, and that there was just a joy. It really was a beautiful delivery. And Rushworth has been close to unplayable in this spell. 4 for 19 in his 7th over. As we're joined by listeners of 5 Live Sports Extra, Kevin James alongside myself, Richard Wilford, at the Ageas Bowl, where we've seen this match really race along after the lost day yesterday. Warwickshire added 46 runs for the loss of 3 wickets first up. Ed Barnard just short of his first century for the county. He went for 95. Michael Burgess 88. Mohammed Abbas 3 wickets in the morning, ended up with 4 for 56. Warwickshire declaring on 410 for 8, a lead of 181. And they have run through this Hampshire top order with 5 wickets in the first 12 and a half overs. 4 for Chris Rushworth and 1 for Chris Woakes. Morgan trapped LBW for a duck. Gubbins caught behind for 21, both of those to Rushworth. Middleton trapped LBW by Chris Woakes, who softened him up with a couple of short balls. And Full and Straight trapped him for 5. Press caught behind off Rushworth for 1. And Brown just caught neatly at slip by Yates off Rushworth for a duck.
Here is Rushworth. Oh, he's down the leg side. He wants that ball to do too much now. He's getting carried away. He's trying to bowl on just outside leg stump, and hoping the ball straightens on the batter, but that was never going to do that. We've seen some very, very good deliveries this morning, but I don't think anything's moved quite as much as that. But yeah, Hampshire absolutely under the cosh. I will admit that this morning maybe part of me was surprised that Warwickshire batted on with the covers having been on the pitch since day 2, and it was very gloomy this morning. But I am going to say that I did have a bit of backup from Emily Windsor, who also thought the same, even if everybody's saying, what on earth are you talking about? Look at Hampshire's situation. There's a nice drive through extra cover. Liam Dawson on the front foot. Won't quite go all the way because he just stroked it through the covers rather than try to hit it. It gets pulled up a couple of metres inside the rope. And Dawson will pick up 3. Now, he's been short of runs. Sorry, Vince. Apologies.
They ran 4.
Oh, they ran 4. Apologies. Yeah, I was looking at that thinking, gosh. He's been short of runs, Liam Dawson. Maybe not quite the situation that he thinks, well, this will be the situation to get back in form. But you just never know.
No, and the weather has improved, and we started very overcast. The floodlights have just been turned off in the last 2 or 3 minutes, and the sun has finally come out, which has been a rarity in this fixture. Probably been a rarity right around the country.
Yeah, and I have to say that when the sun came out on day 2, that the pitch did flatten out quite considerably in the afternoon and evening sessions. That's how allowed Warwickshire to make hay, but they still batted well. Well, that's come back on. There is an absolute perler of a delivery for Chris Rushworth to pick up his 5th wicket. The middle stump is completely out the ground, and that has come back very late. We've seen Chris Rushworth basically swinging the ball, shaping the ball away from the right-hander, and that is an absolute serious delivery.
You'll travel a long way to see a better opening spell than this season. 5 for 23 Rushworth has taken. Outswinger, outswinger, outswinger for pretty much the entire 7 overs. And then that is as good an in-swinger as you're going to see. And the stumps are still sitting there with leg stump and off stump quite happily standing proud. And middle stump now being restored. And it is an exceptional burst of bowling by Chris Rushworth. His first 5 since joining the Bears last winter from Durham, and quite the celebration from the entire team as well. And it is beyond the wildest expectations of Warwickshire, having batted on this morning to then have Hampshire 6 down before lunch.
Yeah, well, they did lose 3 wickets this morning in 8.5 overs, and they were genuine wickets. I know they were trying to get on with it, but Abbas profiting by 3. But Hampshire have lost 5 wickets for 7 runs here. And this is horrible. I don't know about you, Richard, but I was in for the long haul here. I thought we would have a tight game. Either Warwickshire trying to bowl Hampshire out in their 2nd innings and it going to 6 o'clock, 6:30, maybe even 6:45 if the weather allowed. And if it was before that, and Warwickshire maybe having to knock off just a few to win it. But the way things are going here, we might be having an extended lunch because Hampshire 9 down.
Yeah, I had the word of caution. We always do this, don't you? You do the yin and yang. But the word of caution would be that even at 6 down, Warwickshire are now confronting 2 frontline batsmen, because Ian Holland, who has opened quite a lot in recent years and may well do next week, is joining James Vince, who is yet to score. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to bowl for the first time this morning, replacing Chris Woakes from the pavilion end. Wicketkeeper is standing up as Vince just pats down on it. 3 slips in position, and Barnard slightly more of a gully than a point. He's warming up as well, because soon he'll be taking over from Chris Rushworth if he can prise the ball out of his mitts at the moment. And he'd probably only have to bowl 1 more over before lunch, Rushworth, actually. So it would make some sense to let him continue.
Wow.
Hannon-Dolby shaven of head this season. Comes in past the umpire at the far end, and he's turned into the leg side by Vince, but he can't get it away from the fielder Chris Woakes, who picks up, and there's no run. Woakes, I think, 1 for 10 in his spell, from what I recall.
I can't quite believe what we've seen in a way. It's been 2 horrible sessions for Hampshire here. Absolutely horrible. Afternoon session day 1 lost 8. And they haven't even had half a session here. Lost 6.
Hannon-Dolby bustles in once more, standing tall and defended out towards the point region by Vince, and no run. And you know, funny, the mood in the camps this morning. I mentioned earlier I was in the lift in the hotel with Dan Mosley, the Warwickshire batsman, and he was looking quite fed up. And he said, "Did you hear how wet the outfield? Also, did you stand on the outfield yesterday?" I said, "Well, I could hear it. Anytime anybody walked across it to come back to the hotel, you could hear it squelching from 40 yards away, and it has drained remarkably well." But I don't think they were expecting a prompt start, Warwickshire, this morning. Hannon-Dolby in, left alone outside off stump by Vince. Good leave from him. I think between now and lunch, James Vince has to slightly curb his natural game, because Hampshire need a regroup and work out how they best get into a position where they can push in front of Warwickshire. But they're still 148 behind, and therein you see the value of the runs they put on the board this morning.
Yeah, well, it's been a good decision in the end, isn't it? Everything's great in hindsight, but it was a good decision.
Hannon-Dolby bowls just back of a length, turned into the leg side by Vince, who would like to get off the mark, but again Chris Woakes is in, beats Michael Burgess to the ball as he scampered from behind the stumps, and there's no run. Very little breeze, so when you get some blue sky overhead you'll tend to keep it for a while, although just watching some very light clouds moving overhead at the moment. Stark contrast to yesterday, it really was. They never had a chance of even coming on to move some water yesterday. rained incessantly. Coming forward is Vince. There's a stifled appeal. I think the ball might have been trapped between bat and pad and probably outside the line of off stump. End of a maiden over for Ollihan and Dolby. 6 minutes to go in this session. Hampshire 33 for 6. And Chris Rushworth is quick to give his cap to umpire Alex Wolf. No danger on coming off just now.
Yeah, he want to bowl both ends the way things are going at the moment, and he's going to get the perfect break. And so imagine just carry on first over this afternoon. It's wow, incredible stuff here, and it's not great. One or two of the batters at Hampshire have been struggling for runs this season. Felix Organ got a great one from Rushworth that nipped back on him. LBW. And Liam Dawson, as I mentioned, struggling. Middle stump cartwheeling at the ground. I have to say, Dawson, I think twice at Surrey, his stumps were knocked out of the ground. That swung away. That's a beautiful shape on that one. Holland leaves alone. And I think I've seen Liam Dawson trudging off more times this season with stumps cartwheeling behind him than I've seen for quite a while. But still tricky. Even with the sunshine out now and predominantly blue sky, that ball is still moving around. All the dampness in the atmosphere and into the ground from yesterday's horrible weather is still around and still affecting the way the ball is behaving as Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. He's asking a little too much for that one. Rushworth. 4 slips and a point and a short leg as well. Tells you just... That field tells you, well, a short mid-off as well. That tells you just how much Warwickshire are on top here. 148 Hampshire are behind. They'll do well to bat into the deep into the afternoon session. The way things are here, with Rushworth in again, runs away from Mars. That's just shaped to bat a bit, and it's gone up to mid-on.
You mentioned he was getting quite greedy with his lines.
Yeah.
And that one, he's almost started outside leg stump, and it did offer a bit. Yeah. I think Alex Davis does love, particularly against the right-hand batsman, to be very short.
Does he?
At mid-off. I reckon he wants to be in the eye line, if he can, to some extent. He's almost always closer than the umpire.
Well, we've seen quite a few runs up to mid-on and mid-off when Warwickshire were batting. I don't blame him for being fairly close. So he's wrapped at the pad. That looks out. From the moment that it wrapped Holland on the pad, he was gone. He goes for no score, and Rushworth... Well, he's absolutely scything through the Hampshire order here. He has 6 for 23.
And they've been 6 good wickets. This is the thing. He's producing great deliveries to take these wickets. And you reach a point as a batsman, you don't know whether he's going out swing, in swing, or that one that was pretty straight. His length has been immaculate. And this is an extraordinary spell of bowling. It really is. It takes Warwickshire through to the Hampshire tail before lunch. 33 for 7, still 148 runs behind.
Yeah.
And
after
lunch, does James Vince have to counter-attack? Do we reach that sort of point? Well, but Rushworth, I mean, just untouchable this spell.
Yeah, like this. I mean, I don't see Durham play that often. I see Chris Rushworth's figures most weeks when I'm looking at scores and that sort of thing. And wow, he just looks like he's going to take a wicket in every over. Hampshire now have lost 6 wickets, still for 7.
6 wickets.
It was 5 for 7, now 6 for 7.
Yeah, from 26 for 1 to 33 for 7, and that collapse has taken 7.5 overs.
Wow.
And it's outstanding bowling. They're making the very best of the conditions they've got. The ball is still doing enough for them, even now that the sun is out. And Chris Rushworth has just probably earned his year's contract in this spell.
Well, I think it actually now goes back to my sort of point this morning that did Warwickshire need to bat on today? They actually didn't, but maybe for a slightly different reason.
But it changes the pressure, doesn't it? The difference between a lead of 125 and a lead of 181, it means you're going to have to 135 to 181. You're going to have to bat longer to get on level terms. I think there was the danger that it was that if you declare overnight, it's easier for Hampshire to get safe, just in terms of how many runs they need to score. The ball didn't do an awful lot first thing. Mohamed Abbas took 3 wickets because he's an outstanding bowler, and they were trying to score quickly off a bowler who gives you nothing. But I think, they can't be happier with their morning, that's for sure.
So, 1 minute to 1. 2 balls left for Hampshire to try and keep 3 wickets intact. Here's Rushworth to Fuller outside the off stump. Fuller thinks about playing at that one. I think he may just have pulled the bat out a little too late, but that ball started fairly wide, didn't need to play at that. I think the criminal thing from a Hampshire point of view here is that Vince was left not out in the first innings on 75. He's faced 19 balls and not yet to get off the mark, but he might be left not out again here, but with considerably less runs, because if this continues in the afternoon session, I don't think we're going to be around too long. I think that barbecue I was invited to, I could have not accepted the invitation. As that's pushed up to mid-on, I think I'll be there early the way things are going on as that's pushed up to mid-on. That's a mistake in the field by Chris Woakes. No other than Chris Woakes who's allowed that ball to go through his hands. And that concludes, fortunately from a Hampshire point of view, I think there's a lot of people on the ground here that will be mighty relieved that for 40 minutes they won't watch any more of this Hampshire batting. A complete half session there, which has been dominated by the Warwickshire bowlers, with Hampshire here 34 for 7. Vince yet to get off the mark. Fuller has 1. Chris Rushworth 6 for 24 from 8 overs. The other wicket taker was Chris Woakes. Hampshire going at lunch 147 runs behind, and from now on it's just a matter of time when Warwickshire win this game. We'll be back with you just before a 20 to 2. first innings, may very well be not out in the second innings. He's faced 19 balls and yet to get off the mark. It was a very difficult few overs for Hampshire after Warwickshire declared their first innings on 410 for 8. Your commentary team this afternoon, who probably won't be doing too much, a little later, we may just about hear from her. Southern Vipers batter Emily Windsor and TMS commentator, but to take you through what might very well be the last bit we do, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC WM, Richard Wilford.
Well, you're kind of feeling very flat at the moment, but you never know. These two, Carl Abbott to come, if they can get some runs on the board, conditions are not bad overhead. The question was raised over in the press box on the far side in the Colin Ingleby, Mackenzie stand, whether the wicket may have sweated quite a bit, and we speculated on that, whether it might be a bit tricky. Chris Woakes, interestingly, who came off 1 over short of the full session at the far end, is back into the attack to start the afternoon, and bowling to Fuller, who defends the ball down towards mid-wicket. Hannon Dolby comes in to do the fielding. 4 slips in place, but it looks like the new ball bowlers are going to continue a bit longer to try and see Warwickshire over the line, but cricket has a strange way of biting you sometimes.
Oh, yes, well, of course, it's never over until it's over, it's often said, but really the damage has been done, and for Hampshire to wriggle out of this somehow would be unbelievable.
Whilst they have Vince, they have hope. It's Fuller on strike at the moment, and that one is guided into the hands of Yates at first slip, and there's the 8th wicket. A shorter ball. Fuller looks quizzically at James Vince over something. Maybe he's apologising that he hasn't managed to hang around, and Woakes returning to the attack gets an immediate reward. High near the handle of the bat and through to Rob Yates at slip. It's 34 for 8. They've lost 7 wickets for 8 runs.
Wow. Well, that was a seriously good delivery. Don't think there was much that Fuller could have done with that. There's been some very, very good deliveries that have been bowled. There's 34 for 8 and there's 34 for 8. And I think on the whole, all the batters have received a ball that is potentially a wicket-taking ball. Sometimes there'll be some soft dismissals in that, but I think generally they've been bowled out here. But even so, I'm afraid, doesn't matter what conditions they are, even if you're playing on an outfield, 34 for 8 is not great.
The wickets are bowlers' wickets. I think that's fair to say, that we've seen so far, in that they've all put the ball in the right sort of areas, but they've got reward every time. They've taken their chances. Michael Burgess, 1 or 2 of his catches, one in particular actually low to his right, was very, very good. But quality bowlers have really shown what they're capable of. I think that was actually a really important wicket because it brings Carl Abbott to the crease. Abbott wasn't involved in the field earlier today for some reason, but he is going to come out to bat, and then just Mohammed Abbas. And James Vince is not out, having seen 6 partners leave the wicket. 6 people have come in and out, and Vince is still there unbeaten on naught.
I think it's fair to say that if he remains unbeaten on naught, I don't think there will have been ever a game that James Vince has played in where he's been left naught not out at the end. I cannot even begin to get close to thinking about that one.
Well, I raised the prospect earlier that you have a very realistic situation here where Warwickshire could win this game without dismissing James Vince in the match, which would seem utterly ridiculous. However, that is distinctly plausible.
Yeah.
As in comes Woakes to bowl to Kyle Abbott, who's happy to see that seam away from him, and he could leave it alone outside off stump.
In case you're wondering, and as poor a batting performance as this is, Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, did tweet just before lunch to say that the good news is, if there is any good news, is that Hampshire were actually bowled out once at Edgbaston for 15 back in 1922.
So it won't even be their lowest against their opponents. As this is driven by Abbott, it bounces off the body of Alex Davis, but he does enough to prevent any thought of a single. And there's no run.
So that's the only bit of good news out of several in the crowd, trying to have a bit of a chat with me as I was making my way to lunch and back again. And I think a few people after yesterday were looking forward to watching a bit of cricket today.
Well, it's been spectacular. 11 for 80 today. as Woakes comes in to bowl and is pushed defensively up towards Alex Davis this time by Abbott. He just sent Ollie Hannon-Dolby back out to the mid-wicket boundary.
I've got a great email here which I'll do at the end of this over. I love emails like that. I'll be reading that out shortly.
I don't know whether you're being serious or right at the moment. We'll find out in a moment. Woakes coming in to complete what is his 7th over. 2 for 10 he's got. Thick inside edge out towards square leg, and they're not going to take what would be a comfortable single. Well, that's an indication of things to come. James Vince now is going to try and maintain the strike, whilst Warwickshire will just try and keep going with the rhythm that they've had so far. That's an interesting choice to me because there's so many runs behind still. 147 runs behind. Chris Rushworth almost inevitably is going to continue.
Oh, it has to. David Joyce, solentcricket@gmail.com. I heard in commentary that you do not give comment, or we do not give results or comment on results or scores from Division 2. I was also interested to hear that Hampshire, if I remember rightly, won the Division 2 championship in 2004 and 2014. Yeah, I think you're right. Something of a 10-year pattern there. We are now moving towards 2024. Could the pattern repeat itself in 2024? Of course, for that to happen, Hampshire have to be relegated in 2023. As Rushworth comes in, runs away from us, and he's bowling to Vince, and Vince gets one on the leg side. He could have taken a single. He's decided to remain on naught as the ball goes out into the gap on the leg side. Judging by what I see today, wonder if you have any comment. Well, the only comment I would make on that, David, is assuming Hampshire do lose this, that there is a very big gap between Hampshire losing the game against Warwickshire and actually being relegated from Division 1. I think the gap is it's so wide to not even make that much of a comment. So, but I love reading emails out like that. Obviously a very pessimistic Hampshire fan, maybe, or even not. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. There you go.
Well,
you can see why I love emails like that.
10 more matches to go after this. Keith Barker may or may not be back for the next one, or certainly the one after that. Batting order may need a little bit of a rejig, but okay, there's Holland to opener. There's 1 or 2 players making good runs in the seconds. So I think, if cricket fans start getting like football fans, where everything has to be right yesterday, this bowling attack is still one of the most revered on the county circuit. So Michael Burgess is going to stand up to James Vince here to stop him coming out of his crease.
I read it out really because it was a ridiculous email to even suggest the 2 things in the same breath. But you're right. Here's Rushworth then, bowls. That's come back at Vince, and he does take the single this time. He's off the mark, he's 22nd delivery, and there's a round of applause. The first time the Hampshire fans today have been able to give an applause to something they've seen out there, other than, of course, Chris Rushworth, who's bowled absolutely superbly.
Yeah. And just again, I don't want to. I don't know the person who wrote to you. I don't know whether what their nature is, but have you not had your record championship victory within the last couple of weeks?
I know. You see, this is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's football fan mentality.
It is, isn't it?
Short leg is short leg was running in at the same time as Chris Rushworth was just about to run in. We're all good to go, and it's Abbott this time with the keeper standing back as Rushworth bowls. Abbott forward, and that's an edge. And there's another wicket for Rushworth. 7 for 25 he has. And again, I don't think Abbott's done a lot wrong there. He's just pushed forward down the line. The ball has just moved off the seam. Perfect delivery there from Rushworth. And Abbott goes for no score, and it is 35 for 9.
Yeah, now it becomes a bit tricky, doesn't it, to say the least. Mohammed Abbas coming out. I don't know about the tactic of not wanting to take singles, and Vince changed his mind and took the single the previous ball, but that exposed Kyle Abbott, who, having not taken the field earlier in the day, I don't know what his mindset might be anyway, coming into a situation as bad as this, but Chris Rushworth is just making hay out there, constantly putting the ball in the right sort of areas, and behind the stumps they've done the job for him.
Certainly have. There was an announcement there, but I didn't actually, you can't hear the tannoy at this end, unfortunately. It sounds very muffled. I was joking at the start of this session when I said that Emily Windsor may not get another commentary stint at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, that prediction may actually come true because there's another 12 minutes to go until she's on.
And there's 2 balls left in this over, which might be enough, because Mohammed Abbas, let's say that his batting is on the simple side of the game.
He averages 6.
He averages 6, and Chris Rushworth's taken 7 for 25. And quite what James Vince chooses to do here, because the situation is helpless, isn't it? They're 146 runs behind.
Yeah, it's all over. Well, it was all over way before lunch, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen enough cricket know that maybe Vince and Fuller bat well for a while, and they might put on 60 or 70. It could happen, but it didn't. Second ball of the session, or third ball of the session, Chris Woakes gets one high up the bat or off the glove, whichever it was, of Fuller. Yates takes the catch, and at that point, the battle really is over. And it would be fairly bleak if they're gone inside 17 overs. Only batted for 64 overs in the first innings. I mean,
sorry, yes.
I was saying, if you're out twice in 81 overs, that would be...
As well as Chris Rushworth is bowling, he will not pick up a career best, even if he picks up another wicket.
I think he's done a 9 for in his time, hasn't he? He comes in now, he's got 5 slips in place as he bowls to Mohammed Abbas, who plays and misses outside off stump. Hannon Dolby is in at short mid-wicket. So 5 slips, a point. Looks like Danny Briggs from the body language. Mid-off, mid-on, that's Chris Woakes. Keep his hands out of catching positions. It's a very, very attacking field. Yates, Hayne, Mosley, Rhodes, Barnard in the slip cordon. 1 ball left in this over. And Rushworth is in to bowl to Mohammed Abbas, who gets a nice full face of the bat on that, up towards mid-off. End of the over. That was the 17th of the innings. Hampshire are 35 for 9, having lost their last 8 wickets for 9 runs in 9 overs.
And thank you to Joe, who's just messaged me to say that the announcement actually was for Chris Rushworth, 10th wicket in the match. It's a bit trivial, really, wasn't it, after what we've seen?
So he and Ollie Robinson, the 10fers this week. I know Gus Atkinson's close to one. He's got 8 in Surrey's game against Essex. It says something about the resources that Surrey have got, that they can look like they might have an understrength attack with Worrell and Laws left out. And suddenly you find Gus Atkinson comes in and stakes his claim. 3 slips in for Woakes. What does James Vince do here? In that he can hive the strike and hope for an unexpected rain shower. But no, what does he do? Or does he try and cloud it around a bit? I don't know. Woakes comes in to bowl to him and he pushes forward in defence, out into the offside.
I think it might be difficult to just smack it around.
Yep.
He's still moving around. Chris Woakes won't be that easy to do. I think either way, you just got to have a net.
Just bat.
Have a net. Just
bat.
bat.
Yeah.
1 not out at the end. Amazing, isn't it? Unbelievable. Who saw this coming?
Not to this extent. We knew that Warwickshire might have a push today, but this is extraordinary. As Woakes is clipped off his pads by Vince. There'll be a chase into the outfield here, but I think he's timed that well enough that it'll beat everybody. Game effort from Hannon Dolby to track it down, but that's 4 runs for James Vince. 39 for 9, Hampshire. And Warwickshire is sticking to an orthodox field here rather than doing the in-out stuff. What I'm sure they'll do in the second half of this over is just tighten things to try and prevent a single. They want Mohammed Abbas on strike whenever they can get him there. But they've got all the time in the world with a lead of 142 runs. And Woakes striding in looking for his 3rd wicket, and that one moves away and is left alone by Vince. That ball a demonstration of what you just said, Kevin, that even if it's the only alternative left, he can't just swing and give his wicket away tamely, because a ball like that, you're not going to be able to do much with it.
And I don't think it would look good. I mean, it doesn't look good anyway, but if Vince was to get out slogging, I don't think that would look good at all. But it's all over. Of course it is.
Vince awaits once more, leaves this one alone outside off stump, and with 2 balls to go, the field is called in by Will Rhodes. See if they can expose Mohammed Abbas.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, 2 games ago, we got to the 3rd day of the game against Northampton, and everybody looked at each other and thought, how on earth has the game finished on day 3 with Hampshire on top? And I think equally so, the Hampshire players will look at each other and say, how on earth has this finished like this? Unbelievable. You don't see that, even when one side is going very well, you don't quite see this very often, do you?
No. Of course, Warwickshire got a heavy defeat last week against Surrey, which they've rebounded well from. Woakes into Vince, bouncer, through to Michael Burgess. And it's too high. It's going to be given as a no ball, so that didn't work as a tactic.
Oh, the umpires are helping us here.
Yeah.
Giving us a few runs here.
Signals at some length whilst the scorers acknowledged it. Ross Warren there, but yeah, that bouncer was effectively what would in one-day cricket be a wide. In 4-day cricket, it gets given as a no ball. 41 for 9. Woakes once more in, stabbed into the leg side. They'll come through for a quick single. That's well judged. 1 ball left in the over. 42 for 9. This partnership worth 7 is the second biggest of the innings.
What's the highest then gone?
26 for the second wicket.
Oh, of course.
So yeah, 1 wicket's added 26. The other 9 have added 16. It's a lopsided card. So Woakes gets 1 ball at Mohammed Abbas. There will be a short leg. Alex Davis gets to do the honours. Often it's the youngest player in the side, but the other sort of fail-safe way is shortest. Davis gets that.
You know, I do feel sorry for the crowd, you know, such as it is, because, you know, Hampshire were under the cosh coming into day 4, but after yesterday's horrible weather, today was always better. I mean, look at it now, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're hardly going to see any cricket, and I do feel sorry for them a little bit. Bank holiday.
No, that is a shame. That is. What we wanted was a rip-roaring finish about 6 o'clock.
Well, just to watch some cricket. I mean, you know, you just want to come and watch some cricket and enjoy a bit of sun, a couple of drinks, and just enjoy some friends and what have you. They're not going to really get a chance to really get going.
5 slips in place. Leg slip Alex Davis has gone into now. And Mohammed Abbas, trying to get out of the way of it, has steered the ball down towards third man. But they're not going to run, and it's slightly curious because they would have comfortably got 2. But in the end, they get none. So the score remains 42 for 9 at the end of the over, but James Vince will be on strike for the next over. I mean, look, for the real cricket lover, there's an element, and even if it's a Hampshire fan, you say, oh, remember that spell from Chris Rushworth earlier? That was a morning, wasn't it? So you have that little reflection, don't you? Which, you know, it feels a bit sore today, but later you remember when Chris Rushworth retires in a few years' time, you say, oh, do you remember that spell at the Ageas Bowl?
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's been high class. He's got the ball to move both ways, hasn't he? When he's needed to pull the ball out that comes back in, he's done it.
And your ball to Vince now. Wicketkeeper is standing up. He's driving through the offside. They're going to run here because there'll be at least 2. And it will be cut off inside the boundary rope by Danny Briggs. 44 for 9. He might as well play a shot or 2. The ball isn't deviating an awful lot now, and you wouldn't expect it to do too much. And the surface might be the issue if it's still a little bit claggy. That line's still there outside the off stump to the right-hander. That line that we spotted on day 1. Hasn't quite changed colour at the same pace as the rest of the track. Rushworth wheels in again, turned towards short mid-wicket. Will Rhodes does the fielding. So if Warwickshire do get over the line here, it'll be the second win in 4 games. Which will be a good start to the season after the relegation scrap that went to within a cat's whisker of going wrong for them.
Puts you in a decent position in the table, doesn't it, this?
Early doors, but always good to get wins under the belt, isn't it? You know what I mean? Don't get too high with the wins, don't get too low with the defeats. Rushworth in, forward in defence is Vince. Will roll up to Davis at mid-off. His trousers are going to need a good wash because that right leg has borne the brunt of the bull shining during the course of this match. It's almost part of it is almost the red of his old Lancashire T20 kit. He's got grass stains on the other leg. They close the field in a little bit. As Rushworth is in. Just the 2 slips in place for Vince, who drives off a thick inside edge to short mid-wicket, where Rhodes picks up. Is that 3 balls? Yeah, scoreboard updates 2 balls at the same time.
I'm just looking at Chris Rushworth's record against Hampshire. He has taken a 6 for against them before, 6 for 39 for Durham back in 2015, so this is his best figures against Hampshire. Has also taken a 5 for as well back in 2013.
He stands on 7 for 27 at the moment. A couple of balls left in this over. Vince might look for a single, but he can only crash this up towards mid-off, where Alex Davis does the fielding. And there's no run.
There's actually been a few times where he hasn't taken any. A one-day cup game back in 2021, I remember that. He took 4 for 37, but yeah. So a few, but there's been a couple of times where he hasn't taken any, but this is his best.
Vince looking to restore a bit of respectability. He's on 8. Running out of partners for the second time in the match. This is way outside off stump, and he's going to crash it through the covers for 4. He's not going to try and nurdle a single to maintain the strike. I think the situation's a bit too deep for that right now. But he gets a well-struck boundary, reaching for it outside off stump. He's 12 and the score 48 for 9.
Vince making Rushworth look human. Looked invincible a little earlier. But you kind of just sit here, as probably the rest of the people are in the crowd and around the ground, just waiting for the inevitable. It's coming, it's just a matter of when. 133 runs behind Hampshire. 48 for 9, 19 overs this innings has lasted.
I think Alex Davis may have been a reluctant short leg, to the extent that Dan Mosley now has the helmet, and Davis will find himself in the gully, or a backward point really. 4 slips in place for Mohammed Abbas. There's a square cover in Ollie Hannon Dolby, just marks his spot. The groundsman will love that. As it's on an unused strip. And Chris Woakes will continue. Short straight mid-wicket or a wide short mid-on, whichever you want, as the other fielder on the leg side. As Woakes approaches, a ball down the leg side that is pouched by Michael Burgess.
Sorry, just a little bit more about Chris Rushworth, because obviously the end is pretty close. It's the first time he's taken 10 wickets in a match against Hampshire. He got 9 in a championship game here back in 2015. 6 for 39 and 3 for 39 in the game there. So most wickets in an innings, and the first time he's taken 10 in a match against Hampshire.
Approaches again, Woakes, and again he's angled it down the leg side. That's a good take, 'cause it was quite low down for Michael Burgess. I know the Portsmouth season's ended with a 2-2 draw. For those who follow their football as well, an eyebrow can be raised by the fact that Derby County have missed the League One playoffs today with a defeat at Sheffield Wednesday. So that's that side of the sporting firmament dealt with. Can Woakes make Mohammed Abbas play to the 3rd ball of the over? In fact, he bowls a bouncer, which Mohammed Abbas ducks under quite nicely. And Woakes has rather wasted the first 3 balls of this over.
Dave Allen, who's also looking up Chris Rushworth against Hampshire at Solent Sports, says in that Durham game in 2015, Rushworth got a hat-trick. The last 2 in 2 in the first innings, and Carberry first ball in the second. One of those type of hat-tricks. Thank you, Dave.
Split hat-trick. Wicket for Jimmy Anderson for Lancashire against Notts in their reply, so didn't take any wickets in the first innings. As this is well outside off stump, and Mohammed Abbas plays a ball that he should never have shown any sign of at all. It angles further away, but there was no touch on its way through to Burgess. 2 balls left in the over. It's about having the discipline to drag this out as long as possible here for Hampshire to frustrate their opponents.
I think you have to stay on, Richard.
Oh.
But I'm going to make way at the end of this over for Emily Windsor.
We're playing by those rules. I have to describe each ball in case it leads to a win. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Woakes in once more. That's Fuller on off stump, and he walks into the defensive shot. Mohammed Abbas gets a round of applause from the locals.
It's getting a habit, actually, me handing the commentary to you to call a Warwickshire win.
It's not quite so tense this occasion, is it? That was something else. It's not a day off forget in a hurry. Liam Norwell with the golden arm.
Don't need Liam Norwell anymore.
Well, he got 9. Chris Rushworth, the most he can get is 8. So, you know, Liam will text him that later. Or WhatsApp him, or whatever the way they choose to communicate. He might send a pigeon. I don't know.
Maybe it's just as well Norwell didn't play this game. It might have been all over day 2.
Are you leaving out? Leg slips back in place for the final ball of the over. Woakes might be a touch frustrated with himself, actually, with what he sent down to Mohamed Abbas. This is a full delivery on an off-stump line, and Mohamed Abbas sees the over out. He's faced 9 deliveries. He hasn't scored, but at least he's giving Vince some company. They've added 13 so far for the final wicket. Vince has scored 12 of them, and well, actually he scored 11 of those. He's 12 not out, but he scored 11 in this partnership, and there was a no ball. And Hampshire have survived long enough that Emily Windsor gets to come back into the commentary position and then removes an errant hair from our equipment. I know it's yours and not mine for all sorts of reasons.
Never know.
I haven't had a hair that long since. No, I've not had a hair that long.
What a beautiful day it is down there. Just was sat in the crowd for a little bit. Someone's shining. Almost felt like I needed some sun cream on at that. It's got to that point now.
Yeah, sun won't quite get us here though, will it?
Not today, but
Not get low enough. Well, no, I suppose it does in the evening, doesn't it?
in the evening,
yeah, that can catch you
we're in
out.
trouble, so
Yeah.
you won't have to experience that.
Melissa was always ready with the sunglasses for the final session. As Rushworth comes in again and he's defended off the back foot by Vince. Tries to put enough power on it to get it beyond Alex Davis, but can't. It's such an odd situation, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like just waiting for the inevitable, but well, Abbas looks like he should be opening the batting for Hampshire, the way he's played the last over.
Yeah, first 3 balls, didn't ask any questions of him though. 2 down the leg side. It's a very unusual over from Woakes. And Rushworth at the moment is bowling to Vince, and that was on middle and leg, and he just steers it towards short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
What would James Vince be thinking out there, do you think?
I think he'll feel very frustrated, and as Kevin's put it, I think he'll feel this is a bit of a net right now. Stay out there, don't get out. Hope that Mohamed Abbas can face a few deliveries and make Warwickshire work for this last wicket. And they've worked harder than that for quite a few of them. Rushworth is in once more, straight enough. Little bit of wobble there, perhaps a touch of in-dip right at the very end. Vince in sturdily behind it. The deeper fielders will come closer.
Just the frustrating thing, I guess, for the Hampshire supporters is first innings, James Vince 75 not out. He's still there again with just Abbas, the final partner he can play with, and I guess he just shows that if you apply yourself, and obviously he's one of the better quality batters we have on show in this game, but he can stick around.
Vince defends Rushworth up to that short mid-wicket fielder once again. Is that Craig Miles in the field? I think it is. It is. Craig Miles is fielding in that position. Who's nipped off?
Quick post-lunch toilet break, probably.
Maybe Dan Mosley. Yates and Hayne are in the slip cordon. That's a nice shape to that delivery from Rushworth, but it isn't going to the extent that it was before lunch. And Vince is in behind it to defend.
The sun's shining, isn't it? The pitch flattens out. We said on air the new ball is always the trickiest on this pitch, and it just gets easier and easier to bat, and we saw that in the Warwickshire innings, in the first innings.
If Hampshire got through to lunch 3 or 4 down, or better, it would have been very difficult, I think. And they will try to make it as awkward as they can for as long as possible. Final ball of the over, and Vince can't find an area to get the ball through for a single. So the end of the over, Hampshire 48 for 9, Emily.
Yep, survived another maiden over from Rushworth. 11 overs on the bounce, he's bowled. Obviously with a gap of lunch, but he's going to want to keep pumping his legs and search for that 8th wicket.
It was Chris Woakes who'd been off the pitch for that over. It might have been an equipment change for him before he bowls again. Will Rhodes has gone to have a word with him. I was going to say to you, if you get an early finish, you're going to look to see if you can get a sneaky tea time, but you're not playing golf yet, are you?
No, not quite back on the course yet. I'm just doing as I'm told, you know, from the physio. Just get back on the park. Playing cricket's the most important thing for me.
You got to. You're a professional. Got to do it.
But
got to do it.
I am thinking a sneaky little David Lloyd swim might be on the cards.
That makes
Other
a lot more
gyms
sense.
available, of course.
Yeah, unless you're swimming with him personally. I mean, that would be
that'd be
different,
special, wouldn't it? There's a gym on site here that we can use. Luckily, as Hampshire and Southern Vipers players.
So Abbas is back on strike, and Chris Woakes is bowling, and that's a beautiful shape. Just back of a length, going above off stump, and he didn't withdraw his hands in time. He's got a backward short leg now.
I do
Under
love
the helmet.
watching Mo Abbas, but I just don't know what's going to happen, and I just think it's, to be honest, there's some teams that don't have true tail enders now, aren't there? Quite a lot of teams back to 11 or number 11 can hold a bat, but Abbas makes it exciting.
Woakes onto the pads of Mohammed Abbas, who steers it through the leg side, and they'll just waltz through for a single. They could have got two. Dan Mosley's gone to chase it down.
That's proper, that. Little flick off the pads.
I think you're very generous. Let's say you didn't time it. It's 49 for 9.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Chris Woakes bowling at me. Very decent international bowler. Get the non-striker's end. I
mean, Warwickshire have kind of got two genuine tail enders in this current team in Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. Well, Hannon Dolby can really annoy teams by hanging around. 3 slips in place for Vince. A straight ball that wraps him on the pad. Dribbles out on the leg side. He doesn't want to come through for a single.
I feel like I've seen some scorecards with Hannon Dolby like facing hundreds of balls and barely troubling the scorers, and I feel like there's nothing worse than that, is there, as a fielding team just stood there. But for Warwickshire, what a great asset to have.
Well, there were a couple of memorable occasions last year where he was in very long partnerships with Michael Burgess, the one of which, and we mentioned it on Thursday, he didn't score until his 67th delivery, which I think he'd been in for an hour and 35 minutes. He was closing in on some sort of record before he accidentally got his first run, because it was off the glove that he got it. As Vince awaits, and again can't time it through the leg side, a bit of bat onto the pad, and goes out to Hannon Dolby at mid-wicket. But in that time, Burgess went from 67 to 170. So it's kind of worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, we talk actually a lot of our Southern Vipers KPIs are about partnerships, and after the game you review sort of how we meet them, and it doesn't matter if you scored one of your 100 partnership or 99, your name's still on that list.
That seems fair. Woakes into Vince, tries to get a Yorker through there. Vince jabs down on it. Out into the offside. 1 ball left in the over. He'd like to find a single, James Vince. This partnership now has lasted for just over 5 overs.
Got to be one of the longest ones, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's already comfortably the second highest in terms of runs scored. In terms of duration,
Gubbins,
it is also the second longest.
Gubbins and Fletcher must be Middleton. They must have had a...
Yeah, they batted for 6.4 overs and added 26 out of the 49. Tight ring field to try and keep Vince on strike, and he hits it for 4 through extra cover. It's a fine shot. Warwickshire will feel there's not that much damage done because it gets Mohammed Abbas back on strike, but that does bring up the Hampshire 50. 53 for 9 they are. They trail by 128 runs.
Do you think every 4 James Vince crunches like that, it fuels his frustrations that little bit more? I suppose it does the Hampshire supporters as well.
It might be a release of his frustrations as much as anything. He might go into the indoor nets later and be whacking it against the wall.
It releases it in some aspects, but then when he's probably like, I'm there and I could beat, keep churning them out, fuels it that little bit more.
Rushworth is going to continue. Might not be too long before they have to make a change, but he has got Mohammed Abbas in his sights. 5 slips in play, short mid-wicket, short mid-off as well. And he's pushed into the offside, but they haven't got it far enough away from Briggs for a single. Now they're called through for a quick throw. Well, he's going to be run out, is he? It's going to be close, but he's just made his ground, James Vince. A scrambled single, 54 for 9. And Mohammed Abbas gets off strike. Briggs will be slightly frustrated with the misfield, but it would have been pretty close, that. A direct hit, he would have been out.
100% a direct hit, he would have been out. That was almost a comedy, wasn't it? Yes, no, yes. But James Vince is on strike. There was a very fierce-looking slip cordon of 5 fielders. Is now just the 2 to James Vince, and the field spreads.
Rushworth's figures are destroyed now. 7 for 32 he is there. But yeah, to allow Mohammed Abbas off strike, 1 ball into a new over, not ideal. As Vince pushes the ball out into the offside, Barnard will come across. There would have been a single there if it had been 2 batsmen at the crease.
Looking at that Hampshire scorecard as well, Abbas on 2 is actually the 3rd top scorer behind, or 4th top scorer, sorry. Nick Gubbins got 21, paid beautifully. Fletcher Middleton 5, Liam Dawson 4. The rest are either noughts or ones.
Well, Vince got 16 as well, so 5th top scorer. As this one angles away from Vince, and he pushed it into the offside. They think they're setting off for 2 here, but Sam Hain has got to it too quickly. So he's handed the strike back to Mohammed Abbas with 3 balls to go. But with so much cricket left in the game, just playing the strike game, is it? I don't know. You might as well have the run, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Do you think? I don't know.
They sort of a to-in and throw-in a little bit. Abbas has actually faced quite a few deliveries. He's faced 12 now.
He hasn't looked in terrible trouble, has he, to be fair? And there's only one occasion where he's kind of got out of the line of the ball a bit and backed off. But generally he's looked good. Only 4 slips now, see, instead of 5. And that does shape from Rushworth. That's a really good leave from Mohammed Abbas. He's getting his eye in.
I reckon he'd be loving it out there. We were having this discussion the other day about how often he would have had a net. Do you know, like you have session plans? Like, does he net every session that the first team are in, or does he just come and have a bowl and net like once a week? Does he think?
I think most must have a few nets, mustn't they, these days? As this one is down the leg side, and that's a good take. There was an appeal from 2 members of the slip cordon, but that's clearly come off the front pad. But tidily done by Burgess, who gets a high 5 from Rob Yates when he gets back into position.
Are we thinking this might be Rushworth's last over? He's bowled 12 on the bounce after this one.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, isn't it? As a captain, maybe do you leave it up to him a bit? They're getting frustrated. Hampshire at least have done that in the last half hour after 2 quick wickets after lunch. As Mohammed Abbas steers this towards Gully and sees it out. And he's got nicely in behind the line of the ball there. But what we're seeing at the moment, it fits so far under the flag of delaying the inevitable. 126 runs needed.
I think just looking on, obviously, as soon as the sun's come out here after lunch, before lunch, it was troubling the batters every ball, wasn't it? Rushworth was swinging it around corners, it was nipping. And now, that last wicket just looks really challenging to come by.
If the wicket doesn't go this over, you're going to describe the next over. Let's go away from the popular routine, because otherwise this could go on forever. As Woakes comes in to bowl to James Vince, who defends it into the onside. Doesn't want to single at this point.
Does it work like that?
Well, no.
Are you thinking that I'm the curse?
No, far from it. Far from it. But we know.
Your voice must be getting tired.
No, but you're equipped to do the job better than I am, so, I think it's sort of...
I'm not sure about better, don't worry.
But the point being, nobody wants to hear me nattering constantly. Woakes in, and he's clipped behind square on the leg side, and Vince again turns down the single.
Kevin James in the commentary box even restless now. Doesn't know whether to sit, stand.
I think to roughly translate what he said there is just whack it or something like that. Was that get on with it? Just. He's thinking that he could be at home a bit earlier than he expected with a chilled glass of rosé. Is really, I think, what he's thinking. Maybe. Woakes, again, short of a length, pulled by Vince, because does he manage to split the boundary field? As he doesn't. But he does take the single this time, and he pulls up 2/3 of the way through the single, thinking, oh, did I really want to do that? Because he'll be thinking the law of averages in Mohammed Abbas will sort of pay off in a moment.
Good bit of work down there, wasn't it? I think it was Danny Briggs down there, sort of walking it off, but timed that sweetly, James Vince.
Partnership of 21. It's closing in on being the biggest of the innings.
Abbas just looking round, seeing where his fielders are.
Well,
Mostly within 2 metres, 3 metres of the bat.
3 slips a gully, a leg slip, a leg gully and a short leg, and a bouncer from Woakes that goes over his head. I do think they've wasted a fair few deliveries to Mohammed Abbas, because I don't see him bat as often as you two do. But I don't think he's going to go for the hook. You know, I know he's not great with the bat, but I'm pretty sure he's not playing the hook shot.
I think he's very good at evading the ball. But you've got 3 slips of gully in play. Challenge the stump, surely. Challenge his pads.
That's another short ball. Well taken by Burgess, but I don't know.
Surely when you're bowling at a number 11, you want to have in play as many dismissals as possible, of which bowling at the stumps, good length, you've got slips waiting.
I mean, to be honest, the only dismissal he can be bowling for with that last 2 deliveries is retired hurt. Because he's not going to offer a bat at it. And there's only 1 ball left in the over now. And Woakes comes in, and it's a straighter one and a slower one, and Mohammed Abbas gets in behind it, just dinks it back down the wicket, and another over passes. 24 overs have now gone. This partnership has now been together for about 44 balls, I think 45 with the no ball. And, you know, in order to break the partnership, I think Emily should describe the next over.
Yeah, I can take the blame then, can't I, for the Hampshire listeners, and the Warwickshire listeners might think I get a job up in Birmingham.
Well, when you take over at 56 for 9, I don't think you can be made head of blame. I really don't.
Okay. No commentators curse for me, but Rushworth is going to continue into his 13th over of the spell. Absolutely phenomenal before lunch. He's got 7 wickets. There's Rushworth in, and that's driven and gone out to a wide backward of point. Guess what? They're not taking the single. James Vince is on 18.
There's not quite a sort of decisive moment in the over at which he's willing to take a single, because the last over it was 3rd ball. Other times he's waited to try and do it at the end of the over and not managed to. It's peculiar.
Rushworth then, 22 on his back. In past the umpire to Vince, and that's in defence into the offside. Again, will be no run. A good moment actually. The ball before, Abbas and Chris Woakes, who's at mid-on, just came together and gave each other a little fist pump. Do you reckon that's bowlers' union? Just bowled a few bumpers at you.
Yeah, I mean there was a time in the game you wouldn't do that. But the fast bowlers' union are not quite as friendly to each other as they used to be.
56 for 9 then. Hampshire deficit 125. Rushworth in, and that's pushed into the offside. They do take a single, so it gives Abbas 3 deliveries to face Rushworth. He's on 2.
There's one thing this Warwickshire attack doesn't have, is somebody with a bit of pace to have a go at a tail ender, with Ollie Stone having made the move to Trent Bridge this year. I mean, this is the sort of moment when you get this irritation for half an hour with the number 11 in. Hampshire would bring James Fuller on now and pepper the number 11.
4 slips then. Field slightly more spread to Rushworth. He's in, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. His bat's ended between his legs. And he Probably shouldn't have played at that one.
It kept a bit low, didn't it, that? Scudded through.
Rushworth getting a bit tired.
I think his run-up looks a touch weary now. He's going a bit side to side midway through his run-up a couple of times this over.
And it's a long walk back, isn't it, with a big curve at the end. It's like you're getting slower and longer each time. He wants that final wicket as he's in and bowls, and that is a player miss outside the off stump. Abbas gaining confidence, going for the drive. James Vince just going down, trying to garden the pitch, and Rushworth does it for him as well.
Yeah, I think a bit of mud came off Chris Rushworth's studs there, and he picked it up and then he made as if to throw it down on a length at this end, but then he tossed it across about 2 tracks to the left of where we're looking down from the hotel end.
Final ball then of this over. Abbas to face up. He's on 2. There's Rushworth in bowls, and that is an edge, and that's gone through keeper and first slip. That was a chance, and that's 4 runs to Abbas. And listen to that Hampshire applause. The keeper, Burgess, just looked at first slip. And we want more of Mo Abbas is the cry. 61 for 9.
Yeah, Rob Yates and Michael Burgess both calling yours. Effectively, it's gone between them at a very catchable height, but neither of them made their mind up that it was theirs. I mean, Rob Yates, who's had such a good pair of hands so far this season, will be really frustrated that he didn't get that at first slip. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to come back on, had 1 over before lunch.
Probably keeper's catch, that wasn't it?
I think keeper's catch.
If it goes in between keeper and first slip.
You don't keep wicket very often, do you? And I'm only saying that because I'm seeing the mime. When the field's set in the morning, first over of the day, where are you normally?
Cover. Boundary. I'm a
cover.
boundary.
Swooping in and then covering lots of ground on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm boundary girl.
Good arm.
I'm quick to the ball. Probably would be my asset.
That's a key. Here's Hannon-Dolby in to bowl to Vince, who stabs him out in the offside into the covers, and there's no run. This is now the joint biggest partnership of the innings.
Kev.
He's looking at you as if you're talking yourself up a bit. A lot.
Quick to the ball, but my throw.
Okay.
Take on the arm, probably. The partnership, by the way, is 26 now.
Yeah.
Joint top.
Joint top, yeah. 1 for the shot, 2 for the arm when you're fielding in the deep. Nice. Hannon-Dolby short, top edge from Vince will come fine down to the boundary for 4. So it is the biggest partnership. Reverse the batting order, Hampshire. 65 for 9.
Take that, won't they?
But this is, you know, now proper irritation of a partnership, and that's what Hampshire needed to do. In that it's still massively odds against that they can do anything to save the game. They're still 116 runs behind. But you've got to show the respect to keep the opponents out in the field as long as you possibly can, and this pair are doing that. Vince has 23. He's almost made 100 runs for the match without being dismissed now. And Hannon-Dolby approaches again, pushing forward in defence. Here's Vince up to Woakes at mid-off.
Hannon-Dolby has that really unique approach, doesn't he? Always, when he's running in, his arms are nice and still. And I do think he runs, because his knees get so high, because he's so tall. I still have the gazelle vibes in my head.
So the curious thing for me has always been the way he's, about halfway through his run-up, his right hand starts flicking out at an odd angle. So it's straight at the moment, and there you go, flicks out a couple of times, and then in he comes, and he's defended up towards short mid-wicket. Alex Davis stops it with his right boot, and there's no run. Still 2 balls left in this over. Warwickshire will want to get Mohamed Abbas on strike. Be interesting to see whether it's Ed Barnard time now. Must be close.
It's very unique, the whole ball angle change throughout the run-up.
We still haven't got to the bottom of the head shave. We'll find out. I haven't had the chance, really. I've only seen him briefly in passing. Quick chat at breakfast yesterday, really. It's in again, defended by Vince. 1 ball left in the over. Bears will close in once more, I think. very odd situation that Kevin James finds himself in the moment, because I think he's resigned himself to the ultimate result. He just wants it to happen.
He's restless, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
He's even got the mic ready for the post-match interview. He's looks full of beans. He's really enjoying watching this Warwickshire attack.
If that's him full of beans, I'd hate to see him when he's tired. Final ball of the over. The Bears will not want to let Vince get to the other end here, and he leaves it anyway. And it goes through the wicketkeeper, so Mohammed Abbas is on strike at the start of the next over. 116 is the difference between the two sides. I'm happy to make way for Kevin a moment if you want. I don't mind making way in a bit. I can't stay here forever. This could be a 2-hour partnership.
It is a change of bowling though.
Take the law.
Ed Barnard, as he called, into the attack. Rushworth, 13 overs on the bounce, 4 maidens, 38 runs, and some very impressive 7 wickets. It's time. He's given in. I'm going to see Ed Barnard into the attack. Mo Abbas to face all 6 deliveries. He's on 6 off 21. Deficit still 116 as Barnard in bowls, and that's played to extra cover for no runs.
He was still walking as he played the shot there.
Never rehearses the perfect shot afterwards.
Yeah.
It's always the way, isn't it? It'll look this good, I promise.
Kevin reckons the in swing is going to do him here.
I can't know what Kevin just said then. I think he's trying to wind me up. He's now getting snappy at others with his frustrations. Barnard, upright run in, bowls, full Yorker length, and mid-wicket can't stop it. So come through for a single. And yet another Mo Abbas run. He's on to 7. Deficit 115. James Vince alongside him, 23 not out to go along with his 75 not out in the first innings. Field spreading, of course, just 1 slip. Mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the fielders behind square on the boundary. Barnard in bowls, and that's driven till the extra cover fielder will be no run.
Will Rhodes is having to have a good think now about how to break this up.
Spin? What do you reckon to a bit of Danny Briggs? Take pace off the ball to Abbas, make him come forward back.
Yeah, I think that might take a while before they reach that point.
Barnard to Vince, forward in defence, big stride, textbook. 2 balls remain. They said Barnard over. Lots of arms waving to the 12th men. In the field, another helmet being called on. Vince is 23 not out. And Barnard approaches to Vince, and that's a player miss outside the off stump, a rare player miss at this stage.
It's a beauty from Ed Barnard. I think credit to Warwickshire as well, because sometimes teams get a bit lost in a situation like this. They're still trying to find a way to get James Vince out. They're not just trying to get him off strike. And they're trying to bowl properly to him, and yeah, they'll attempt to stop the single on the final couple of balls of an over. And we're about to have the final ball now, but they are trying to find a way to get him out.
Barnard from the hotel end, and that's bounced short of a gully, very well stopped to prevent the single. So that's the end of the over. 66 for 9, deficit of 115. I think Kevin James is itching to get back into the commentary box to call some more Mo Abbas and James Vince runs for the Hampshire listeners.
That was a really good stop at a short gully from Dan Mosley there. I think Craig Miles is coming on. Is it Will Rhodes taking a break? The Bear skipper looks like he may have nipped off at the moment, so I think Alex Davis is in charge under those circumstances. He's certainly getting people into position now, as Hannah Dolby will get the start get the chance to start an over to Mohammed Abbas. 4 slips in place, no, 3 slips in place. Yates, Hayne and Barnard. Backward point. Short extra cover, wide mid off, wide mid on. Forward short leg and a leg gully. Danny Briggs is in. As Hannah Dolby bowls to Mohammed Abbas, who dabs him down to 3rd slip, 1 bounce. Fielded by Barnard.
Well, I lost that bet.
Do you have a bet?
Well, I didn't think I'd be back on commentary.
No.
I'll be honest with you, I thought half an hour Emily Windsor, that'll be max. I've ill prepared to come back, if I'm honest.
So mentally, you're taking yourself out of play.
I've gone. Yeah, mentally I'm home.
Yeah. Well, they're a boundary away from doubling the score with the final wicket here. Came together at 35 for 9. And Dolby into Mohammed Abbas, who is able to get in behind it and steers it out into the offside. What I would say is Hannah Dolby is doing a better job of making him play each ball, which I think for a while Warwickshire were guilty of making life a bit easier than they might have done. Ollie Robinson's moved ahead of Chris Rushworth this week with his 11th wicket of the match for Sussex against Worcestershire. That's 11 out of 14, by the way. That's fairly high percentage. As Hannah Dolby strides in once more from the pavilion end. Mohammed Abbas guides it wide of what was a 4th slip now. Chases on down towards the boundary road. And they catch it up and they will walk a single with 3 balls left in the over, and the score now 67 for 9.
Incredible, wasn't it, really? You could say in a way these two don't look like getting out, although if your guys could catch, we'd have been off now.
Well, I mean, nobody put a chance down because neither of them went for it. Yeah, that should have been job done, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should have been, but it's not going to be too costly, is it? It's just costly in time more than anything, because the deficit is still 114. That's almost not in the equation anymore, is it? Hasn't been in the equation for quite a while. Not when you lose 8 wickets for 9 runs. It's not in the equation.
Well, to save the game, they probably would have to just about get in front. I don't know. 57.5 overs still to go. That's the thing that makes it difficult. In that it's great to see the professionalism of these two with the rear guard, but it's still a lot to do. As Hannah Dolby draws a thick inside edge from Vince, and Mohammed Abbas calls him through for a single. He's feeling confident now. He's on 8. I'll take him. I'll take him, skipper. Couple of balls left in the over.
I suppose I could look through the record book soon and see if this is Abbas's highest score for Hampshire for quite a while. It probably is, actually. I would say it's certainly his highest score this season. In fact, it's his first runs this season. Oh, how many did he get in the first innings? He got
0.
Oh, right, so it is his first runs of the season.
And Dolby into Mohammed Abbas, gets enough of the bat on it to steer it down to Craig Miles, the 12th man, who's at backward point. There's no run.
So that'll give you an idea of just what a mammoth effort it is from him already.
Well, they've been together 50 minutes now, because those first 2 wickets fell in the first 2 overs after lunch. Fuller for 1 and Abbott for 0. Woakes with his 2nd, Rushworth with his 7th. But now it's up to the change bowlers to try and finish the deal on a wicket that is probably a little more benign. And Mohammed Abbas facing his 28th delivery, and he leaves it alone outside off stump, and it's the end of another over. Hampshire 68 for 9, still need a further 113 to make Warwickshire bat again. 57 overs left in the day. The weather is set fair, but the frustration value from Hampshire is really high.
Yeah, it's what's happening already this afternoon. What happened day 2, isn't it? The wicket is a little easier, no doubt about it. Maybe Warwickshire have just taken the foot off the pedal a fraction with the game done. Happens. But even so, I mean, Vince came in when the ball was nipping around all over the place and just seemed to play it in a totally different way to everybody else. You never really, whilst you felt everybody else was going to get out the very next ball, you never really quite felt that with Vince. Is it me, or are you going to count? Right, that's pulled away by Vince. That'll be 4. Now, the significance of that shot Certainly not in a game sense, where he's moved on to 28. And I did read the tweet out earlier from Tigger Miles, so I'll read it out again. Tigger, thank you. He said at the time, James Vince needed 27 runs this innings to reach 10,000 county championship runs. So he has achieved that milestone.
And in the modern game, that's a really good milestone.
It is, isn't it?
It really is. You know, you're not getting the opportunity to put 2,000 runs a season on the board anymore.
Well, I'll put that into context in a minute as Vince comes forward and there's no runs. If you put it into context, Nick Gubbins under 7,000. Ben Brown actually is just under 10,000, actually 9.5. Mind you, he averages 40. Mo's high score before today was 8 versus Kent last season, so he's equalled it. There we go. Here's Barnard, that's the one that shapes away. Vince leaves that one alone. So Mr. Abbas has equalled his highest ever score for Hampshire.
Well, I mean, he's got double figures in his mind now. It's a big milestone.
Go on.
You know, I mean, obviously he could, if he gets a single, get into the nervous nines. But there's the opportunity here. He's got 56 overs to bat.
Well, he's looking the most comfortable I think I've ever seen him. Here's Barnard again, and that's thrashed away by Vince. Outside of the off stump, through the covers. Second boundary this over. And Vince moves on to 32. Hampshire 76 for 9.
That's why cricket's a great game, isn't it? Team's 35 for 9. You think they're going to throw the hands up in the air and give it up. And these two have stuck to it, and they've added 41 for the 10th wicket. Vince is starting to enjoy himself. And Warwickshire have got to find a solution to get themselves over the line.
There's Barnard, it's a length ball to Vince, one of the more watchful there. A couple of interesting tweets here. The first one from Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, who was here yesterday ready to do commentary but never got the chance.
Oh, he was poised actually, I'd say poised.
He was,
he was, yeah.
He's excited.
He was in good form.
Hampshire, he said, and this was before that boundary from Vince, Hampshire closing in on lowest ever score here at the Ageas Bowl, and that was 76 against Essex back in 2017, so they are on their equal lowest score ever here. Here's Barnard. Vince pushes up to mid-off, wants a single but says no. Close in at mid-off was Chris Rushworth. End of the over, so Vince has 32, Abbas has 8, and Joe at Solent Sports. This could be vital practice for Abbas for future matches this season. I hope he's not needed as much as that. And Kevin can say that to his fellow commentators that Hampshire cricket really do bat from 1 to 11. Well, it's early days.
No, they don't.
No. And even if he scores 30, which, by the way, he's batting at the moment, no, you wouldn't rule that out. It'd
take a while, though, wouldn't it?
Well, if Vince can give him good support,
yeah,
I think
that's the key,
20
isn't
or
it?
30s on the cards. It is very much whether Vince can give Abbas some support here.
You don't want to leave him high and dry.
No.
4 slips. A fly slip. They've tried everything for Mohammed Abbas, who gets into line outside off stump and defends it out into the offside. I mean, he's not used to spending this long at the crease. He looks more comfortable than he normally would. It's not the deepest fly slip I've ever seen, but it's almost a fly gully where Danny Briggs is. He keeps on shrugging his hands and saying, well, seriously, is this where you want me? Will Rhodes is back on the pitch and he's in at 3rd slip. Alex Davis is in front of square at point. There are some people in unfamiliar places. Mosley is under the helmet at short leg. 4 slips in place. Can Alan Dolby find the match-winning delivery? That one's angling away from the batsman and through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
41 these two have put on.
And it just adds to the feeling that there have been quite a lot of what-ifs, but the ball was singing before lunchtime, and the description I wrote to a friend at work earlier was that Chris Rushworth had it on a string for a while out there. Did what he wanted. Barely used an in-swinger. When he did, it took middle stump. Alan Dolby in, thick inside edge, will go out on the leg side. They're going to jog through for 1, are they, with 3 balls left?
Take 2.
The fielder is still slowly making his way after it. But Abbas now is into the nervous nines.
I think Vince is protecting Abbas here. Huh?
It is his highest score.
Yeah, there's yeah. High score for Hampshire. I might just look up now, and I've never thought I'd come to this, but actually look up his highest first-class score. 40. Ah, thank you, Emily. Mohammed Abbas's highest first-class 40. I mean, you have to say, on today's evidence, it's in danger.
Here's Hannah Dolby into Vince, reaching outside off stump and placing it nicely through point for 4 more. 81 for 9. And Vince up to 36. And the ball is offering nothing. And Warwickshire have got to come up with a plan. Simple as that. That's how cricket deals with you from time to time. 46 they've added for the 10th wicket. And they've cut the deficit to 100 at 81 for 9.
Well, I have to say, batting does look an awful lot easier now.
And Hampshire left themselves with a bit more in the hutch, and they might well have been able to get through here. That one left alone outside off stump.
It was difficult, there's no doubt about it, and there are times when bowlers get on a roll, as Rushworth did, that it's almost unstoppable. When you walk out to the middle, it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to get out, and I think that's certainly been the case for several of the batters. Some very good balls being bowled out there at times. But now you just wonder when the next wicket's coming.
Final ball of the over, the field in a tight ring again to try and prevent Vince crossing, and he just stands and pulls and brings up the 50 partnership. 85 for 9, Vince up to 40. End of the over, a couple of boundaries off it. Hannah Dolby trudges back wearily. And Mohammed Abbas prepares to take on Ed Barnard. Got a 50 partnership there of 81 balls and 57 minutes.
Great stuff. The crowd enjoying it as well. You can hear them for the first time today. They've really actually started to enjoy what they're seeing out there. Jeff Harris, thank you to your tweet at Sonat Sport. Hampshire bowled out for 57 against Kent back in 2022. That's the lowest one. He's just sent me I think he might have sent me a scorecard or a report on that one. So Hampshire have passed that. Another complete disaster averted. Am I doing this one? Here's Barnard, then right arm over, bowls to Abbas, always in behind that one. I think the crowd have always warmed to Abbas here, but it's normally when he's bowling.
I mean, given it another 5 minutes, I'm going to make way for Emily now.
Well, you might just have to go off, really.
Yeah.
Because at this rate, we're going to be here till tea.
It's starting to feel that way, isn't it?
Well, I'm sorry to have put you on commentary for so long, but I honestly believed that it wasn't going to be too long.
You underestimated you.
Well,
You're number 11.
Well, I think just a lot of people underestimated. He's on 9 from 32, facing the next delivery from Barnard. Always been behind that one. Pushes that out into the covers. At the moment, it's very hard to distinguish who's got the better defence between Abbas and Vince. I have to say, there's not a lot in it at the moment. 3 slips, legs slip. Still Warwickshire. Well, I wouldn't say they're quite ruined that chance that went between keeper and first slip, but they're having to do a bit of extra work here to finish the game off. Barnard in again to Abbas, and Abbas plays and misses outside the off stump.
Well, Barnard's putting it in better areas against him.
Well, it's the right length, and just if it just nibbles a fraction and just moves a fraction, it's better to bring Abbas forward, draw him into the shot. It's a better length than certainly Woakes bowled at him the last couple of overs.
It is a classic situation where you want somebody with a bit more fire here against a number 11.
Yeah.
And they haven't really got that in this particular lineup.
No, they haven't really needed it. Oh, there's a short one from Barnard. Abbas ducks underneath that one.
I know Johnny Bairstow got a 9-ball duck today for Yorkshire against Glamorgan, so he's not got as much time in the middle this week as he would have hoped. It's going to be a very interesting decision about who keeps wicket for England in the test this summer.
When did they make that decision? I suppose not for a while yet.
Well, the Irish test is 4 weeks away now, is it just under?
That's a while yet.
So what they do there will be quite instructive.
Here's Barnard in again to Abbas. Abbas is forward, pushes that back down the pitch, just hits the stumps at the bowler's end. He doesn't, I have to say, he does not look like getting out here.
No, I mean that one fuller ball that he played and missed out early in this over, if you were consistently putting it there, then he may have a problem.
He's playing very nicely indeed. You can't ask for more than what he's given you already as Barnard comes in again and bowls, and that's just pushed out square on the offside, and that's an over negotiated. The crowd, they're loving it. They're absolutely loving it. And I have to say, even I'm warming up to it as well.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
You're happy when things are going all right. Hannon Dolby, I think, is being withdrawn from the attack. Just waiting to see who's coming on. Whether Briggs is going to come on, or whether... Oh no, Hannon Dolby is going to stay in the attack. He walked away as if he was going into a fielding position. Maybe he dropped something. But if he doesn't strike in this over, it's Windsor time. I think that's...
Is it?
Yeah. I think it's time for me to make way.
Yeah, you've given up, haven't you? You're already erring towards a draw.
I wouldn't... I know. I'm not saying that. But...
I can't believe you're deserting your team at this moment. How many more wins are you going to call this season?
I've got a 90-minute football commentary to get through tomorrow. I'm doing I'm on a 70-minute run here. Alan Dolby could end that, but James Vince has certainly warmed to the task, and he defends out into the offside. There would have been a long single there, but he doesn't choose to take it.
Can I just say, I'm for the first time ever, and I've worked with you many times, I'm actually a little bit disappointed in you that you're deserting your team and you're passing up the chance to call a victory.
Well, the question is, how many hours would you sit there to call it? I mean, you could go an entire session, and it would be a really long session as well, because, oh no, you have a fixed point anyway, don't you? Even at 9 down at tea on the final day.
Oh, do you?
I think it's still a fixed point, but it could happen, couldn't it? 50 minutes from tea. Hannon Dolby to Vince. He's pulling a short ball here, and he's split the two deep fielders very nicely there. He's got 44. So James Vince is, in the 2 innings, he scored 119 runs here.
Amazing. See, the wicket's that he's liking now, isn't it? It's all quietened down.
Yeah.
32nd over, the ball's a bit softer, they've got a bit wetter, of course. We saw this on day 2, where batting was made to look a lot easier, and it was. Still need to take advantage of it, of course, but well, again, it's another story. If only Hampshire had another 7 or 8 wickets in hand, if only this, only that, we'd be talking about possibility of saving the game.
Hannon Dolby in once more from the pavilion end, forced off the back foot up to mid-off by Vince.
So you're going to leave 2 Hampshire commentators to call home a Warwickshire victory?
Well, no, I would say that one of you is meant to be neutral at least.
Well, it's not me, so there can only be one other person.
I mean, you know, if you sound crestfallen, that might please the Warwickshire supporters just as much. And Dolby, 15-yard approach off the back foot. Vince beats 1 but can't get it past a wide mid-off. 2 balls left in the over, which might just tighten the field. How many overs have been together now? It's been quite a long time. It's been 15 overs. So 90 balls. Mohammed Abbas has faced 37 of them. So it's not like he's been overly protected.
No, he's played his part.
Yeah. He's done a really good job for the team. 1st and 4th slips in place now, and wicket-keeper up to the stumps. You can't pretend that Warwickshire haven't tried a few variations on the theme to try and find this wicket, as Vince steers it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
When you do go off at the end of this over, I would be prepared to be back again in half an hour or so.
No, I'll come back in half an hour. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Well, unless however long you want off, really. But like me, when I went off, I thought, no, that's it. And here I am back, and I think that might actually, the way things are going, I think that might happen for you.
I'm not packing my stuff away. No. Don't worry about that.
That'd be too early.
You never know. The gap between the two sides is down to 92 runs. Hannon Dolby bowls to Vince, who hammers it up to mid-off, and it goes through the fielder's hands, but it won't cost them a change of strikes. It's going to go all the way for 4. So 4 more to Vince. He's on to 48. Hampshire are 93 for 9. They still trail Warwickshire by 88. That's how many they need to make the Bears bat again. And in a moment, Emily Windsor will be back alongside Kevin James.
And I guess another commentator that thought they wouldn't be getting another go this afternoon. It's been, well, there's been a bit of fight shown. That's, I mean, obviously too little too late, but at least Hampshire haven't completely folded after losing 8 wickets for 9 runs with those 2 wickets that fell quickly after lunch. And Emily Windsor, listen, it's a bad loss no matter when it comes, but at least there's been something for the crowd to enjoy. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it was important that Hampshire did that, but I mean, credit to Rushworth. It was an impressive bowling display, wasn't it, early on? But those Hampshire listeners, those Hampshire fans, you know here it's tough early on with a new ball, and then the pitch flattens out, and that's exactly what we've got to here. And you just sort of think, even if they had 7, 8, 9 down, it's tough to get wickets like this.
Here's Danny Briggs then for his first bowl in this innings. It's very full to Abbas, who just pushes that back to the bowler. There are 4 men around the bat, 2 behind and 2 in front, and a short mid-wicket. Crowd in Mohamed Abbas here as Briggs comes in again, and Abbas is forward, plays that into the ground.
We were actually playing a bit of this in the dressing room yesterday. 1 hand, 1 bounce. We were at Hove watching it rain.
Yeah.
Do you know who real MVP of 1 hand, 1 bounce? Wasn't in the side. She's a coach.
What, in terms of batting?
And bowling.
And bowling.
With some leggies.
Anya.
Correct.
Shrubsole.
Anya Shrubsole. Real 1 hand, 1 bounce MVP.
Very good at that, actually.
That's what Mo Abbas is doing with the number of fielders around that bat.
Oh, seeing mid off is close. Wow. And that's pushed just past. That's Alex Davis in there. My word, he's no more than a couple of paces away from Abbas there, and there's going to be another one in. There's going to be 2 on the offside. Both, look how close they are.
I feel like one needs to be on their knees almost. They're that close, don't they? It's a long way down.
Well, I'll tell you what, a cover drive with a full flow of the bat, it's almost hitting one of them. It's played into the ground by Abbas. They're that close. There's no bounce out there, so I suppose they have to, but even so, that's... I'm sure they'd be that close if Vince was batting. Here he is again, Briggs. Bowls outside the off stump. Abbas did exactly what he should have done there and just left it alone.
At least as well from a Hampshire point of view, the dressing room have something to celebrate with Abbas's best ever Hampshire score.
There's always some positives to take out. Something edged past diving first slip. I don't think it would have carried. They could have taken 1 but don't. Vince will keep the strike at the start of this next over. Now there are a minimum of 52 overs left in the game. I'm not saying it for any other reason, that I'm just pointing that out. I'm not suggesting that these 2 can bat that far, but then let's be honest, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, I don't think anybody thought that we'd still be playing.
No, absolutely not. And I guess looking, we've got a bit of time. Where do Hampshire go? What are Hampshire's options? And see, listeners do get in touch with us as well at Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com, at Ems Windsor. If we do get a chance, where do they go with selection following this game? Obviously, Hampshire's top order, with the exception of Gubbins, Middleton and Vince. And Ben Brown, obviously, he's done well with the gloves. What does their order look like next game? What does their team look like? Get in touch with us.
It's got to be 1 change minimum, isn't it? Has to be. Warwickshire, of course, will be more than happy with what they've got. Hassan Ali rested.
You've got to have a good bowling attack if you're resting him. But Hannon Dolby in from the pavilion end into Vince, and that's played up to mid-on. Will be no run. He's on 48, James Vince, to go with 75 not out in the first innings.
Maybe another week of Chris Woakes before the internationals are not too far away and England really decide what they're going to do. They'll probably already decide what they're going to do with him, but might squeeze another week out of him, do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon so. I imagine, I feel like Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes are a type of leaders that want their cricketers to be playing. and value the county championship. That short ball, and that's pulled, but not got hold of it. Hits gloves, hit the floor just by his feet. Will be no run. There's 3 fielders out on that leg side boundary, ready for that pull shot. A deep square leg just in front, a deep backward of square, and a deep fine leg, which is very square. Nice.
Just one fielder saving the single.
Deficit now 88. Score 93 for 9 in Hampshire's second innings. There's Hannon Dolby from the pavilion end into Vince. Bowls short, and he's gone to pull it, left it alone. One for the over signalled by the umpire. How many can you bowl in championship cricket in an over?
2, isn't it? I think. And is that against the same player? Something like that. It changes, obviously, I say fairly regularly over a several season period. I mean, I can't remember what it changed lots when I was playing. Difficult to keep up with sometimes.
Field all comes in now to Vince. 3 balls are still left. Keeper up to the stumps as well. There's Hannon Dolby into Vince. Bowls, and that's on his pads. Work to mid-wicket, will be no run. Vince just having a net out. Oh, the conversation between Vince and Mo Abbas, do you reckon? It's not often they'd be having a chat in the middle.
Very rarely, I should think, other than I'll keep the strike, or I'll keep you away from the strike. But you get the feeling that, I don't know, the way Abbas, he's batted for 43 balls, and apart from that one edge which went between keeper and first slip, I mean, he hasn't put a foot wrong.
Hannon Dolby then starts his run up at the sawdust by the pavilion. In and bowls, and that's driven. That's a fantastic shot through the covers by James Vince. And guess what? That's another James Vince 50 for Hampshire. That's applauded by this crowd and the dressing room, all on their feet, banging the window. Came up off 83 deliveries, 2 hours at the crease.
And 11 fours. Even when the ball was moving around, he was different gravy, James Vince. And now with the pitch getting a lot easier, it's been a different game when James Vince has faced the bowling.
1 ball remains of Hannon Dolby's over, and that's pushed again past the diving cover. They think about a single. The answer's no. So that's the end of the over. Deficit 84. Warwickshire need 1 wicket to win. This partnership between Vince and Abbas frustrating this Warwickshire fielding side, bowling unit. Their hands on their hips now. They just don't quite know how they're going to get this breakthrough. And the partnership by far the biggest of this innings at 62.
Incredible, isn't it?
What's the highest ever at 10th
against
wicket
Warwickshire
partnership?
What, against Warwickshire? Highest ever? I just imagine it's more than this.
Against Warwickshire.
Here, maybe. Might be worth looking at. I'll see if I can try and work that out. Hopefully, if Dave Allen's listening, he might do it for me. As Briggs bowls forward, is Mo Abbas, and Alex Davis at very, very silly point. He's almost thrown himself at Abbas as he picks that up. How close are they? Wow, can almost shake each other's hands. Fielders and the batter. As it's almost a Yorker length as Abbas just steers that out towards extra cover. Yeah, I'm going to try and look that up actually while we're concentrating on this. I would say here against Warwickshire, I mean, obviously hasn't been that many contests. Warwickshire haven't won here since 2010. As Abbas pushes forward out on the offside and there's no run. Since 2010, there's been 6 games here. And 3 of those were draws, the other 3 won by Hampshire. As Abbas is on the back foot, steers it to backward a point. Back in 2010, Warwickshire winning by 10 wickets.
Got success here. Briggs changing his length.
Comes in again. Bowls. Abbas goes for the big waft and he's stumped. Well, the first time he's actually looked to take on the bowling, and his back foot just lifted in the air. And he's stumped by Michael Burgess, and Hampshire bowled out for 97, leaving James Vince 52 not out. And that is an 84-run win by Warwickshire.
84 run and an innings.
Oh, an innings, of course, an innings and 84. And, well, whilst the last partnership was a little better from Hampshire, on the whole, you have to say that it was not good today from them. And as much as Hampshire haven't been very good, Warwickshire, I think, have been pretty awesome in this game.
Yeah, they have really. They've dominated from start to finish pretty much. I think Hampshire's first inning was a total of 229 on this pitch. It was definitely under par, and Warwickshire then, when they got a chance to bat, really capitalised. Getting 410 with a lead of 181, there was always going to be two results, either a draw or Warwickshire win, and Hampshire just blown away today by Chris Rushworth. Impressive bowling display before lunch, 7 wickets in the end for him, and I think that'll be a very disappointed Hampshire dressing room, especially seeing how the pitch has flattened out as the day's gone on, and Abbas has been able to stick around. But James Vince will walk off the field to an applause, but I'm sure there's very disappointed Hampshire fans and Hampshire listeners, but credit to Warwickshire, I think they deserve to win this game.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Out-bowled Hampshire, out-batted Hampshire. That's a pretty comprehensive victory, considering we had absolutely no play yesterday on day 3. A quick look at the live table. Those 16 points for Warwickshire at the moment puts them top of Division 1, ahead of Surrey, although Surrey's still in action. Of course, Hampshire at the moment dropped down to 3rd. Middlesex not playing this week, just behind them, but then Essex come Essex, so we'll have to wait and see later on in the day. But that is a comprehensive victory for Warwickshire. A good comeback from them after losing to Surrey last week, and their new director of cricket, Gavin Larson, on the field or on the ground here today. Will have enjoyed watching his side complete that innings and 84-run victory. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you very much.
Emily Windsor, Southern Vipers batter. She'll be back in action on Wednesday when the Vipers take on Central Sparks at Hove. There'll be live commentary of that one on the BBC Sport website, also on the live picture feed via the Vipers Twitter feed or the Vipers YouTube channel. Richard Wilford, who's packing his gear up, thank you to him as well. He's been good company over these 4 days. And thank you for listening and watching. I guess if you're a Warwickshire fan, you'll have been a little bit more happy with what you were seeing. And as a Hampshire fan, of course, don't get too low with the lows. Equally so, don't get too high with the wins. It's a long season yet, and there's a lot more games to come. Thank you very much.